I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story Der Teufel mit den drei goldenen Haaren. The night Nam was born. The sky above the little village at the foot of Black Mountain split open with fury. Thunder roared like the bellow of some ancient beast, and lightning clawed at the darkness, illuminating the huddled wooden huts in brief, blinding flashes. Rain lashed the earth in sheets, turning the dirt paths into rivers of mud. It was a storm unlike any the villagers had seen in generations, the kind that made old men whisper of omens and young mothers clutch their children tighter. In a small, creaking house at the edge of the settlement, a woman named Lynn screamed through the final throes of labor. Her husband, Tuan, knelt beside her, his calloused hands gripping hers, his face etched with both fear and hope. The midwife, a wiry woman with eyes like polished stones, muttered prayers to forgotten gods as she worked. And then, amidst the chaos of the storm, a cry pierced the air, a sharp, defiant wail that seemed to challenge the tempest itself. Nam had arrived. The room fell silent for a heartbeat, save for the howling wind outside. Lynn, exhausted and trembling, reached for her newborn son, her tears mixing with the sweat on her face. Tuan let out a shaky laugh, brushing a hand over the boy's tiny head, where a faint tuft of black hair glistened wetly. "He's strong," Tuan said, his voice thick with pride. "Stronger than this storm." The midwife nodded, though her expression remained guarded, her gaze flickering toward the window as if she saw something beyond the rain. For a moment, it seemed the worst was over. The child was healthy, the mother alive. The village could breathe again. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. The door to the hut burst open with a gust of wind, slamming against the wall so hard the hinges groaned. Rain sprayed inward, and the flickering light of the oil lamp danced wildly. Standing in the threshold was a figure no one had expected, a woman cloaked in shadow, her silhouette framed by the storm. She was old, impossibly old, her face a map of wrinkles so deep they seemed carved by time itself. Her hair, white as bone, hung in tangled strands beneath a hood of tattered cloth, and her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, like embers in a dying fire. The midwife gasped and dropped her bundle of herbs, scrambling backward. Tuan stood, placing himself between the stranger and his family, his fists clenched. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. "What do you want?" The old woman didn't answer immediately. She stepped inside, her bare feet leaving wet prints on the wooden floor, and the air grew heavy, thick with a scent like damp earth, and something faintly metallic. She carried no staff, no bag, nothing but the weight of her presence. When she spoke, her voice was low and rasping, cutting through the storm like a blade. "I am the seer of the mountain," she said. "I have walked these lands since the rivers were young, and I see what others cannot. Tonight, I have come for the child." Lin clutched Nam tighter, pulling the blanket over his small form, as if it could shield him from the woman's words. "He's just born," she whispered, her voice breaking. Leave us be. But the seer's eyes locked onto the infant, unblinking, and a faint smile curled her cracked lips. She raised a bony hand, pointing at Nam, and the room seemed to shrink under the weight of her gaze. This boy, she said, is marked by destiny. I have seen it in the stars, in the cracks of the earth, in the screams of the wind. He will rise above all who stand before him. He will wed the princess of this kingdom, and his name will echo through the ages. Tuan blinked, caught off guard. A laugh escaped him, sharp and incredulous. The princess, he said. My son, you're mad, old woman. We're farmers, not lords. Take your tales elsewhere. But the seer's smile faded, and her voice dropped lower, colder. It is no tale, she said. It is truth. But the path is not easy. To claim his fate, he must pluck 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil himself, the beast who dwells beneath the earth. Only then will the prophecy be fulfilled. Only then will he live. The words hung in the air like a curse. Lynn's breath hitched, and she pressed Nam against her chest, her eyes wide with terror. Tuan opened his mouth to argue, to demand the woman leave, but the seer turned abruptly, her cloak swirling like smoke. She stepped back into the storm without another word, and the door slammed shut behind her, as if pulled by an unseen hand. The silence that followed was deafening. The storm raged on, but inside the hut it felt as though time had stopped. The midwife whispered a prayer, her hands trembling as she gathered her things. A devil's bargain, she muttered. No good will come of this. Tuan sank onto a stool, running a hand through his hair. She's a mad woman, he said, more to himself than to Lynn. A storm-addled crone spinning nonsense. Our boy will grow up here with us, tending the fields. That's all. Lynn nodded, but her eyes stayed fixed on Nam, who slept peacefully in her arms, oblivious to the shadow that had just fallen over his life. She wanted to believe her husband, to dismiss the seer's words as the ravings of a lunatic. But deep down, in a place she couldn't name, she felt the truth of it, like a splinter lodged in her heart. The village woke the next morning to a world washed clean by the storm. The sky was a pale, fragile blue, and the air smelled of wet grass and renewal. Word of the seer's visit spread quickly, carried on whispers from hut to hut. Some laughed, calling it a tall tale born of too much rice wine. Others crossed themselves and avoided Lynn's gaze when she ventured out with Nam bundled against her chest. The boy grew, as boys do, with a mop of dark hair and eyes that sparkled with a quiet, fearless curiosity. He chased chickens through the mud, climbed the gnarled trees at the village edge, and listened wide-eyed to Tuan's stories of brave warriors and cunning tricksters. To the villagers, he was just Nam, son of Tuan, the farmer, a child of the earth. The prophecy faded into the background, a strange memory tucked away like an old blanket. But not everyone forgot. Far beyond the village, in the gleaming marble halls of the royal palace, the king heard the tale. It came to him on the lips of a traveling merchant, a man with a sly grin and a knack for collecting rumors. A boy born in a storm, the merchant said, bowing low before the throne. They say he's destined to marry your daughter, sire. Pluck 3 hairs from the devil, they say, and it's done. The king, a man of iron will and a temper to match, leaned forward, his golden crown glinting in the torchlight. His daughter, Princess Mai, sat beside him, her delicate ants folded in her lap, her face unreadable. She was 16, beautiful as the dawn, with hair like silk and a spirit that chafed against the cage of her title. The idea of her marrying a peasant boy was absurd, laughable, yet it gnawed at the king like a worm in an apple. "Who is this boy?" the king demanded, his voice a low growl. The merchant shrugged. "Just a farmer's son, sire. Nam, they call him. From the village under Black Mountain." The king's eyes narrowed. He was not a man who tolerated threats, real or imagined. A prophecy, even a mad one, could stir unrest. Peasants might rally behind this Nam, dreaming of upending the order of things. And the devil's hairs. What nonsense was that? Yet the king's pride, vast and brittle, would not let it rest. "Find him," he ordered his guards that night, his voice cold as steel. "Bring him to me when he's of age. I'll see this prophecy drowned before it takes root." Years passed, and Nam grew tall and strong, his hands roughened by work in the fields, his laughter a bright thread in the village's quiet tapestry. On the eve of his 18th birthday, the air was warm, thick with the scent of ripening rice. The village celebrated with a modest feast. Roasted fish, sticky rice, and songs sung under a sky studded with stars. Nam sat with his parents, his grin sheet as he recounted a tale of outsmarting a stubborn ox. Lin watched him, her heart swelling with love, though a shadow lingered in her thoughts. Tuan clapped his son on the shoulder, proud and oblivious. It was a perfect night, a fleeting moment of peace. Then the hoofbeats came. They thundered through the darkness. A dozen horses bearing armored men in the king's colors, red and gold. The villagers scattered, clutching their children as the soldiers stormed into the square. Their captain, a broad man with a scar across his cheek, dismounted and pointed at Nam. "You," he barked, "by order of the king, you're coming with us." Tuan leapt to his feet, shouting, but a soldier's fist silenced him, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Lin screamed, clinging to Nam, but the boy stepped forward, his jaw set, his eyes blazing. "Let them go," he said, his voice steady. "I'll come." They bound his hands and dragged him away, his parents' cries fading into the night. The soldiers took him to the river, where a rickety boat waited, its hull patched and its oars missing. The captain shoved Nam aboard, cutting the rope that tethered it to the bank. "The king sends his regards," he sneered, as the current seized the craft, pulling it into the black water. The boat spun, helpless, carrying Nam toward an unknown fate. Behind him, the village burned in his memory, his home, his family, his life, slipping away like sand through his fingers. The prophecy had awakened, and the river, cold and merciless, bore him into the dark. The river was a living thing, wild and untamed, its currents twisting like the coils of a serpent. Nam clung to the edges of the rickety boat, his bound hands scraping against the splintered wood as the craft lurched and spun. The night pressed in around him, thick and suffocating, the stars hidden behind a shroud of clouds. Water sloshed over the sides, soaking his clothes, chilling him to the bone. The soldier's laughter had long faded, swallowed by the rush of the river, leaving only the sound of his own ragged breathing and the creak of the boat as it fought to stay afloat. He didn't know where the current was taking him, only that it was away, away from the village, from his parents, from everything he'd ever known. The king's men had meant for him to die, a silent offering to the depths, but Nam's heart beat with a stubborn fire. He would not give up so easily. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time blurred in the dark. The boat struck something hard, a jagged rock lurking beneath the surface, and tilted violently. Nam's stomach lurched as he scrambled to keep his balance, but the craft was too far gone. With a groan of splitting wood, it broke apart, hurling him into the icy water. The cold seized him, 1,000 needles piercing his skin, and the current dragged him under. He kicked, his bound hands useless, his lungs burning as he fought toward the surface. For a moment, he thought of his mother's face, her tear-streaked cheeks as the soldiers took him, and that image fueled him. He broke free with a gasp, gulping air, and flailed until his fingers brushed something solid, a fallen log slick with moss. Clinging to it, he let the river carry him, a survivor adrift in a world turned hostile. Dawn found him washed ashore, sprawled on a muddy bank littered with pebbles and broken reeds. The sun crept over the horizon, pale and hesitant, casting long shadows across a land he didn't recognize. His wrists ached where the ropes had bitten into his skin, but they'd loosened in the water, and with effort, he wriggled free, tossing the sodden cords aside. He stood, shivering, his clothes clinging to him like a second skin, and took stock of his surroundings. The river stretched behind him, its surface deceptively calm now, reflecting the gray sky. Ahead lay a flat expanse of cracked earth, dotted with stunted trees and patches of brittle grass. In the distance, a thin plume of smoke rose, curling like a beckoning finger. A village, perhaps. Shelter. Hope. Nam stumbled forward, his legs weak but his resolve unbroken. The air here was dry, heavy, with a faint, acrid tang he couldn't place. The ground crunched underfoot, as if it hadn't tasted rain in years. As he drew closer to the smoke, the outlines of low, weathered huts emerged, their roofs sagging, their walls patched with mud and straw. A handful of figures moved among them, slow and deliberate, their heads bowed. Nam's pulse quickened. He needed food, warmth, answers, but he knew better than to charge in blindly. The king's reach was long, and trust was a luxury he could no longer afford. Before he could decide, a shadow fell across his path. He looked up to see an old man standing before him, leaning on a gnarled staff. The man's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, his eyes sunken but sharp, peering out from beneath a straw hat frayed at the edges. His clothes hung loose on a frame thinned by hunger, and a fishing net dangled from his shoulder, empty and torn. "You're a long way from home, boy," the old man said, his voice rough as gravel. "River spat you out, did it?" Nam straightened, wary but too exhausted to lie. "It tried to kill me," he said, "but I'm still here." The old man chuckled, a dry rasping sound, and studied him for a moment. "Aye, you've got fight in you. Come on then. You look half drowned and full starved. I've got a fire going." He turned without waiting for an answer, hobbling toward a small hut at the village's edge. Nam hesitated, then followed. Something in the man's tone, gruff but not unkind, felt like a lifeline. The hut was sparse, its walls lined with cracked clay, its floor bare earth. A fire crackled in a shallow pit, casting flickering light over a wooden stool and a pile of patched blankets. The old man gestured for Nam to sit, then handed him a bowl of thin broth steaming faintly. Fish bones and roots, he said. Best I can do these days. Nam took it gratefully, the warmth seeping into his hands as he sipped. The taste was bitter, but it steadied him, chasing the chill from his bones. Thank you, he said between mouthfuls. I'm Nam. Who are you? Call me Old Tan, the man replied, settling onto the stool with a groan. Been fishing this river since I was a boy, back when it ran clean and full. Not anymore. He waved a hand toward the window, a crude hole covered with a scrap of cloth. This land's cursed, you see. Trees won't grow, crops won't take. Rivers drying up, and what's left tastes of ash. Folks here are hanging on by threads. Nam frowned, setting the empty bowl aside. Cursed? How? Old Tan's eyes darkened, and he leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. The devil, he said, lives under the earth, deep in a cave no man's fool enough to find. Hair like gold, they say, 3 strands of it, shining bright as the sun. He's the one choking this place, poisoning it slow. Been that way since my granddad's time, maybe longer. The words hit Nam like a stone. 3 golden hairs. The seer's prophecy, spoken on the night of his birth, echoed in his mind. To claim his fate, he must pluck 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil himself. He'd always thought it a story, a madwoman's ramble his parents laughed off. But here, in this dying village, it felt real. Too real. You've seen him? Nam asked, his throat tight. Old Tan shook his head. No one's seen him and lived. But we feel him. Ground shakes sometimes. Like he's stirring down there. People vanish. Hunters, wanderers, kids who stray too far. All because of him. He paused, eyeing Nam with sudden suspicion. Why you asking, boy? You got a look about you, like you're chasing something. Nam took a breath, weighing his words. This man had saved him, fed him. He deserved the truth, or at least part of it. I was born with a prophecy, he said. An old woman said I'd marry the princess if I took 3 golden hairs from the devil. The king didn't like that, sent his men to kill me. That's why I'm here. Old Tan stared at him, then let out a low whistle. A prophecy, eh? And the king's after your head? You're in deeper than I thought. He rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting to the fire. Well, you've washed up in the right place. Or the wrong one, depending. That devil's closer than you know. Cave's a day's walk from here, under the cliffs to the west. But I'll tell you what I tell everyone. Don't go looking. No one comes back. I don't have a choice, Nam said, his voice firm. The king won't stop hunting me, and if there's a chance to break this curse, for me, for your village, I have to take it. Old Toyang grunted, half amused, half impressed. Brave or stupid? Maybe both. All right then. Rest here tonight. At dawn, I'll give you what I can. The night passed in fitful sleep. Nam curled on the blankets by the fire, dreams of rivers and golden hair twisting through his mind. When morning broke, gray and cold, Old Tan was already up, rummaging through a wooden chest. He pulled out a small object, a compass. its brass casing dented but gleaming faintly, its needle quivering as if alive. Made this years ago, he said, pressing it into Nam's hands. Points to the cave, not north. Don't ask me how, it just does. Saved my hide once when I got too close. You'll need it. Nam turned the compass over, feeling its weight. Why help me? He asked. Old Tan shrugged, a ghost of a smile on his lips. Maybe I'm tired of watching this place die. Maybe I think you're crazy enough to pull it off. Just don't die too quick, eh? They stepped outside, the village stirring faintly around them. A few gaunt faces peered from doorways, watching Nam with hollow eyes. Old Tan pointed west, where jagged cliffs loomed against the sky, their peaks shrouded in mist. Follow the compass, he said. Past the dead fields, through the gully, caves at the base of the tallest cliff. And Nam, watch yourself. Devil's not the only thing out there. Nam nodded, slipping the compass into his pocket. If I make it back, he said, I'll bring you fish for that net. Old Tan laughed, a rare, genuine sound. I'll hold you to it, boy. With that, Nam set off, the compass's needle trembling westward. The land stretched before him, barren and unforgiving. But his steps were steady, driven by a fire he couldn't name. The river had tried to drown him. The king had tried to erase him, but he was still here, alive, defiant, and chasing a destiny he barely understood. The village faded behind him, Old Tan's figure shrinking to a speck. Ahead lay the unknown, a cursed land, a devil's lair, and 3 golden hairs that could change everything. The journey had begun. The sun hung low in the sky, a dull orange disk bleeding into the horizon. As Nam trudged westward across the cursed land, the compass in his pocket buzzed faintly against his thigh, its needle unwavering, pointing toward the cliffs that loomed ever larger with each step. The air was dry and sharp, carrying the faint sting of sulfur, and the ground beneath his feet cracked like old leather, splitting under the weight of his resolve. He'd left Old Tan's village hours ago, the memory of the old man's gruff kindness fading into the vast emptiness around him. There was no turning back now, not with the king's shadow at his heels and a prophecy pulling him forward like a thread stitched into his soul. The dead fields stretched endlessly, a graveyard of twisted stumps and brittle stalks that crumbled at his touch. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. The silence was a weight pressing on his chest. Nam's stomach growled, the thin broth from Old Tan's hut a distant memory. But he pressed on, his eyes fixed on the cliffs. The compass trembled, as if sensing something he couldn't yet see. He'd walked half the day when the first trial found him, rising from the earth like a nightmare given form. A low growl rumbled through the stillness, and Nam froze, his hand instinctively dropping to the compass. Ahead, a shape emerged from behind a gnarled tree. A wolf, massive and gaunt, its fur matted with dust and streaked with gray. Its eyes glowed yellow, sharp as blades, and its lips curled back to reveal teeth long and jagged. It was no ordinary beast. It stood taller than Nam, its ribs pressing against its hide like the bars of a cage, yet it moved with a predator's grace. The air thickened with its scent, rot and hunger, and Nam's pulse quickened. He had no weapon, no shield, only the clothes on his back and the compass in his pocket. Running would be futile. The wolf's legs were built for the chase. Who dares cross my path? The wolf snarled, its voice a guttural rasp that seemed to claw at the air. Nam blinked, startled. A talking beast? The curse, he realized. The devil's influence must twist even the creatures here. He squared his shoulders, meeting the wolf's gaze. I'm Nam, he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. I'm heading to the cliffs. Let me pass. The wolf laughed, a sound like breaking bones. Pass. This is my domain, boy. The devil's guard, they call me. None cross without my leave. And I'm starving. It took a step closer, claws digging into the earth, and Nam's mind raced. Fighting was impossible. He'd be torn apart in seconds, but he'd outsmarted stubborn oxen back home, tricked chickens into pens with scraps of grain. This was no different, just bigger, hungrier, deadlier. He scanned the ground, spotting a dry branch half buried in the dirt. It wasn't much, but it might do. Wait, he said, holding up a hand. You're hungry, right? I've got something for you. The wolf paused, its head tilting, suspicion warring with greed in its eyes. Nam bent slowly, keeping his movements calm, and pried the branch free. It was light, hollowed by rot, but from a distance, it could pass for a bone. Caught this earlier, he lied, hefting it in his hand. Good meat on it. Take it and let me go. The wolf's nostrils flared, sniffing the air, but the wind was at Nam's back, masking the truth. Toss it, it growled. Nam nodded and hurled the branch as far as he could to his left. The motion swift and sure. The wolf lunged after it, instinct overriding doubt, and Nam bolted right, sprinting toward a cluster of dead trees. He didn't look back, didn't stop until the wolf's frustrated howl echoed behind him, too far to catch up. Breathing hard, he pressed on, the compass guiding him. One trial down, how many more? The land shifted as he walked, the flat fields giving way to a narrow gully carved by some long-dead river. The cliffs towered closer now, their jagged peaks piercing the sky like teeth. The gully walls rose, steep and smooth, funneling him forward, and the air grew warmer, tinged with a faint shimmer of heat. Nam wiped sweat from his brow, his throat parched, when the second trial emerged. A river of fire blocking his path. It wasn't water, but molten flame, a thin, glowing ribbon snaking through the gully, its surface rippling with reds and golds. The heat blasted him, singeing the hairs on his arms, and the crackle of burning stone filled the air. There was no way around. The gully walls were too high, too sheer. He'd have to cross, or turn back. Before he could think, a figure rose from the flames, translucent and shimmering, its form humanoid but fluid, like water made of light. A spirit, Nam guessed, its eyes twin embers staring into him. I am the guardian of the blaze, it said, its voice a hiss of steam. Answer my riddle, and you may pass. Fail, and the fire claims you. What is more precious than gold? Nam's mind spun. The heat pressed against him, making his thoughts sluggish, but he forced himself to focus. Gold was wealth, power, beauty, things men killed for. But this land, this journey, had taught him something else. He thought of his parents, fighting for him as the soldiers dragged him away, of old Tan, sharing his meager broth with a stranger, of the village dying under the devil's curse, yearning for freedom. Freedom, he said at last, his voice firm. Freedom is more precious than gold. The spirit hovered, silent, then nodded. A true answer, it said. The flames parted, revealing a narrow path of cooled stone, barely wide enough to walk. Cross-seeker. Nam stepped forward, heart pounding, and moved quickly, the heat licking at his heels until he reached the other side. The fire roared back to life behind him, sealing the way shut. He exhaled, shaky but alive. 2 trials, 1 more to go. The gully opened into a forest, or what was left of it. Trees stood like skeletons, their branches black and twisted, reaching for the sky as if pleading for mercy. The ground was carpeted with dry leaves that crunched underfoot, and a faint rustling whispered through the air. Nam gripped the compass tighter, its needle still pointing west, but the forest felt alive, watchful. He'd taken only a dozen steps when the 3rd trial struck. The trees moved, slowly at first, then with purpose, their roots tearing free of the earth, their branches snapping toward him like claws. A living forest, cursed and ravenous, closing in to swallow him whole. Nam ran, ducking under a swinging limb, but the trees shifted, blocking his path. Roots erupted from the ground, tripping him, and he fell hard, the compass skittering from his hand. Panic surged, but he scrambled for it, clutching it as a branch lashed down. He rolled aside, the wood splintering where he'd been, and stumbled to his feet. The forest tightened its grip, a cage of bark and bone, and Nam's breath came in gasps. He couldn't fight this, not with strength, not with tricks. The compass trembled in his palm, its needle spinning wildly before settling west again. A guide, old Tan had said, maybe more than that. Show me the way, Nam shouted, holding it up. The needle steadied, and a faint hum pulsed from the brass, growing stronger. He followed it, weaving through the thrashing trees, trusting the pull. A root snagged his ankle, yanking him back, but he twisted free, desperation fueling him. The hum became a vibration, then a glow, faint but growing, cutting through the gloom. The trees recoiled from it, their movements slowing, and Nam pushed forward, the compass lighting a path where none had been. At last he broke free, tumbling onto open ground as the forest snarled behind him, its edge a wall of writhing limbs. He lay there, chest heaving, the compass warm in his hand. The cliffs rose before him now, close enough to touch, their base shrouded in shadow. 3 trials: wolf, fire, forest. Each a test, each a warning. The devil knew he was coming, Nam realized. These weren't random obstacles. They were sentinels, meant to break him. But he'd survived. Not by might, but by cunning, heart, and a battered old compass. He stood, brushing dirt from his knees, and checked the needle. It pointed to a dark crevice at the cliff's base. A cave, its mouth yawning like a wound in the earth. The air grew colder as he approached, the sulfur stench sharper, the silence deeper. His body ached. His clothes were torn, but his eyes burned with a fierce light. The prophecy had driven him here, through storm and river, soldiers and trials. 3 golden hairs waited inside, and with them, his fate, and maybe more. He thought of old Tan's village, of the cursed land crying for release. This wasn't just about him anymore. Nam took a breath, steadying himself, and stepped into the dark. The cave swallowed him, and the world above fell away. The cave swallowed Nam whole, its darkness a living thing that pressed against his skin, thick and suffocating. The air was damp, heavy with the reek of sulfur and something older, decay perhaps, or the breath of the earth itself. The faint glow of the compass in his hand was his only light, a trembling beacon cutting through the gloom as he stepped deeper into the abyss. The walls glistened with moisture, jagged and uneven, narrowing into a tunnel that sloped downward, pulling him toward the unknown. His boots echoed faintly on the stone, a solitary sound swallowed by the vastness. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back. The trials of the wolf, the fire, the forest had been warnings, and this was their source. But Nam's jaw tightened, his resolve a steel thread woven through his fear. He'd come too far to falter now. The tunnel twisted and turned, descending into the belly of the cliffs. The air grew warmer, then hot, a pulsing heat that seeped through his torn clothes and beaded sweat on his brow. The compass hummed louder, its needle quivering with urgency, and the walls began to shimmer faintly, streaked with veins of gold that caught the light like threads of fire. Nam's heart thudded, each beat a drum roll to the inevitable. He'd heard old Tan's tales, felt the curse in the land above, but nothing prepared him for what lay ahead. The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavern so vast it stole his breath, a cathedral of stone, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor a cracked expanse glowing with an eerie reddish light. And there, at the center, sat the devil. He was no mere beast, no twisted shadow of a man. The devil towered over Nam, a colossus of muscle and malice, his skin a deep, ashen gray that seemed to drink the light. Horns curled from his skull, sharp and black, and his eyes burned like twin furnaces, molten and unblinking. But it was his hair that drew Nam's gaze. 3 strands of gold, impossibly bright, cascading from his head like liquid sunlight, stark against the darkness of his form. They shimmered with a life of their own, each strand a prize, a promise, a curse. The devil lounged on a throne of jagged rock, one clawed hand resting on its arm, the other tapping idly against his knee. He was waiting. Well, well, the devil rumbled, his voice a low thunder that shook the cavern floor. A little mortal, come to play in my house. I smelled you coming, boy, through the wolf's teeth, the fire's kiss, the forest's grasp. You're stubborn. I'll give you that. He leaned forward, his grin revealing fangs that gleamed like polished obsidian. What's your name, pest? Speak, before I tired of you. Nam swallowed, his throat dry as dust, but he met the devil's gaze. I'm Nam, he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. I've come for your hair, 3 golden strands. Let me take them and I'll leave you in peace. The words sounded absurd even to him. A farmer's son bargaining with a demon, but he stood tall, the compass warm in his grip. The devil laughed, a sound that rolled through the cavern like an avalanche, shaking loose pebbles from the walls. Peace? You think I care for peace? This land is mine, its misery my wine, and you, a speck of dust, dare to demand my hair? He rose, his shadow stretching across the floor, and the air crackled with his presence. I could crush you now, scatter your bones to the wind, but I'm curious. What drives a fool like you to my door? A prophecy, Nam said, holding his ground. I was born with it. 3 hairs from your head, and I claim my fate. Marriage to the princess, a life beyond the king's reach. But it's more than that now. Your curse is killing the land above, the people, the rivers. I'll take those hairs to end it, for them as much as for me. The devil's eyes narrowed, amusement flickering into something darker. Noble, are we? A hero in rags. Very well, I'll humor you. He sank back onto his throne, crossing one massive leg over the other. A game, then. 3 questions. My questions. Answer them all, and I'll pluck the hairs myself. Hand them over with a bow. Fail even one, and you're mine, body and soul, forever. Deal? Nam's mind raced. A fight was suicide. This creature could snap him like a twig. But questions? He'd outwitted the wolf, unraveled the fire spirit's riddle. Maybe he could do this too. Deal, he said, nodding once. The devil grinned wider, a predator savoring its prey. First question, he began, his voice smooth as oil. What do men fear most? The words hung in the air, simple yet heavy, and Nam felt the weight of them settle on his shoulders. He thought of the village under Black Mountain, the terror in his mother's eyes as the soldiers came, of Old Tan's hollowed face, the villagers' despair, of his own heart pounding in the river, the wolf's jaws, the forest's grip. Death, he said at last. Men fear death most. The devil tilted his head, considering. A decent guess. Common, predictable, but I'll allow it. Death's a shadow they all run from. One down. He raised a clawed finger, the air shimmering with heat. Second question. What do men desire most? Nam frowned, the question digging deeper. Death was universal, but desire, gold, power, love, all flickered through his mind. The king desired control, enough to kill for it. The princess, perhaps freedom from her gilded cage. Old Tan wanted his river back, the village its life, and Nam himself. What drove him here? The prophecy promised a bride, a throne, but beneath that, he saw his parents' faces, the hope of returning to them whole. To be remembered, he said finally. Men desire most to leave something behind, a mark that outlasts them. The devil's grin faltered, just for a moment, and a flicker of surprise crossed his molten eyes. Clever, he muttered. Not the usual drivel. Wealth, women, wine. You're digging deeper, boy. 2 down. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a hiss. Last question, the sharpest blade. What do I, the devil, fear most? The cavern fell silent, the air thick with menace. Nam's breath caught. This wasn't about men anymore. It was personal, a trap. He studied the devil, searching for a clue. The creature exuded power, his throne a monument to dominance, his curse a chokehold on the world above. What could such a being fear? Light? Hope? Nam's gaze drifted to the golden hairs, radiant against the ashen gray, and a thought struck him. The devil had set these trials, guarded his lair with ferocity. He feared losing control, losing what made him what he was. You fear your own weakness, Nam said, his voice ringing clear. You fear the day someone takes those hairs, strips your power, and leaves you nothing but a shadow of what you are. The devil froze, his eyes blazing, and for a heartbeat, Nam thought he'd misjudged. Then the creature roared, a sound of fury and frustration that shook the cavern, sending stalactites crashing to the floor. Insolent whelp, he bellowed, surging to his feet. You think you've won? He lunged, claws slashing, and Nam dove aside, the strike shattering the stone where he'd stood. The game was over. Truth had enraged the devil, not bound him. Nam rolled, clutching the compass, its glow flaring brighter as the devil advanced. You'll die here, the devil snarled, his massive hand sweeping down. Nam ducked, desperation sharpening his senses, and noticed the golden hairs swaying with each movement, catching the compass's light. An idea sparked. He darted behind a boulder, the devil's claws raking the air, and held the compass high, angling it like a mirror. The glow reflected, a beam of concentrated light striking the golden strands. The devil flinched, his eyes narrowing against the glare, and Nam saw it. Blinding him worked. He moved fast, circling as the devil swung wildly, each miss fueling his rage. Nam aimed the light again, stronger now, and the devil staggered, one hand shielding his face. Stop that! He roared. But Nam pressed the advantage, darting close. With a leap, he grabbed a golden hair, yanking with all his strength. The strand came free, burning hot in his hand, and the devil howled, a sound of pain and fury that split the air. Nam stumbled back, tucking the hair into his pocket, and ran for another as the devil clawed at him, half blind. The second hair was harder, the devil's thrashing wilder, but Nam used the compass again, dazzling him long enough to snatch it. The third was a gamble. He leapt onto the throne, dodging a swipe, and seized the final strand as the devil's hand close inches from his throat. He hit the ground rolling, all three hairs clutched tight, their heat searing his palm. The devil's roar shook the cavern, but Nam didn't look back. He sprinted for the tunnel, the compass lighting his way. As the walls trembled and dust rained down, the devil's voice chased him, fading but furious. You'll pay for this, mortal. This isn't the end. Nam didn't stop, his legs burning, until the tunnel spat him out into the cool night air. He collapsed at the cave's mouth, gasping, the golden hairs glowing faintly in his hand. He'd done it. Against all odds, he'd won. The land above waited, and with it, his fate. The night air hit Nam like a balm, cool and sharp against his sweat-soaked skin as he stumbled from the cave's mouth. His chest heaved, each breath a ragged victory, and his hand trembled around the three golden hairs, their faint glow pulsing like tiny suns in the dark. The cliffs loomed behind him, silent now, the devil's roars fading into an echo, swallowed by the earth. He'd done it, faced the beast, outwitted his trials, and claimed the prize that had haunted him since the storm of his birth. But the weight of it all, the river, the wolf, the fire, the forest, the devil's fury, crashed over him, and he sank to his knees, the cracked ground cold beneath him. For a moment, he just breathed, letting the reality settle. He was alive, and the prophecy was his to fulfill. The compass lay beside him, its glow dimming as if its work was done. Nam picked it up, tucking it into his pocket with the hairs, and stood, his legs shaky, but his spirit alight. The stars glittered above, a vast canopy unbroken by clouds, and the land stretched before him, barren still but waiting. He thought of old Tan, of the village choking under the curse, and a new purpose steadied him. This wasn't just about the princess or the king's wrath anymore. It was bigger. He turned east, toward the gully, the forest, the dead fields, and began to walk, the golden hairs a promise burning in his grasp. The journey back felt different, lighter, though the trial's scars lingered in the landscape. The living forest stood silent as he passed, its branches still, as if the devil's grip had loosened. The river of Baker had cooled to a dull shimmer, its guardian spirit gone, and the wolf's territory lay empty, no yellow eyes glinting in the shadows. Nam moved faster now, driven by a growing hum in the air, a vibration he felt in his bones, radiating from the hairs. The curse was breaking, he realized, step by step, and when he crested the final rise above Old Tan's village, the proof greeted him like a miracle. The cracked earth had softened, green shoots piercing through where nothing had grown before. A faint trickle echoed from the riverbed, water seeping back into its veins, clear and alive. The sky, once gray and heavy, shimmered with dawn's first light, painting the huts in hues of gold and pink. Nam's heart leapt as he descended, the village stirring around him. Faces emerged from doorways, gaunt still, but bright with wonder. A child ran forward, pointing at the river, her laughter a sound the land hadn't heard in years. "It's back!" she cried, and others joined her, their voices rising in a chorus of disbelief and joy. Old Tan hobbled out last, his staff tapping the ground, his eyes widening as they landed on Nam. "You're alive," he rasped, then squinted at the faint glow peeking from Nam's pocket. "And you've got them, don't you? The hairs?" Nam nodded, pulling them free, their light flaring brighter in the open air. "3 golden strands," he said. "The devil's not happy, but the land is." Old Tan stared, then let out a bark of laughter, clapping Nam on the shoulder. "Crazy bastard. You did it." The village gathered, their awe palpable, and Nam handed Old Tan the compass. "Kept my promise," he said. "Fish'll be swimming soon. You'll need this more than me now." The old man took it, his grin softening into something like pride. "Stay a day," he urged. "Rest, eat. You've earned it." But Nam shook his head, his gaze drifting east, beyond the village, toward the kingdom. "I've got one more stop," he said. "The prophecy's not done yet." He left them with the dawn, the village reborn behind him, and set out across the healing land. Word of his deed spread like wildfire, carried by travelers and whispers, reaching the palace long before he did. The king heard it first from a scout, his throne room darkening with his mood. "A peasant boy stole from the devil?" he growled, his fist tightening on his scepter. "And they say he's coming here?" Beside him, Princess Mai listened, her dark eyes sharp, her silence a mask. She'd heard the prophecy as a child, dismissed it as a tale, until now, Something stirred in her, a flicker of curiosity, maybe hope. Nam arrived at the palace gates a week later, weary but unbroken, the golden hairs tucked safely in a pouch at his belt. The guards barred his way, spears crossed, but the crowd beyond them, peasants, merchants, even soldiers, murmured his name. The Devil Slayer, they called him, their voices swelling until the king could ignore it no longer. He ordered Nam brought in, his pride warring with unease. The throne room was a marvel of marble and gold, its walls lined with tapestries, its air thick with incense. The king sat high, his crown glinting, his face a storm of fury and doubt. Mai stood at his side, her silk robes flowing, her gaze locked on the ragged figure before her. You, the king spat, rising. The farmer's brat, who dares claim my daughter? Show me these hairs, or I'll have your head. Nam stepped forward, unflinching, and opened the pouch. The golden strands spilled into his hand, their light filling the room, casting shadows that danced across the king's face. Gasps rippled through the court, and even the king faltered, his bluster fading. It's true, an advisor whispered. He's done what no man could. Mai moved then, descending the steps, her eyes never leaving Nam's. You face the devil for this? She asked, her voice soft but piercing. For me? Nam met her gaze, seeing not just a princess, but a woman, strong, trapped, searching. For you, he said, and for more. The land was dying. People were suffering. The prophecy gave me a path, but I chose what it meant. The king's jaw tightened, his pride a brittle shield. I'll not hand my daughter to a peasant, he snarled. But Mai turned to him, her voice cutting through his rage. You'll keep your word, father. The prophecy was clear, and he's proven it. I'm no prize to be locked away. I choose this too. Her words stunned the court, and the king sank back, defeated by her will as much as Nam's deed. A wedding followed, not grand, but honest, held in the palace gardens as spring bloomed across the kingdom. The golden hairs were placed in a glass case, a symbol of courage and renewal, their light a beacon for all to see. Nam stood beside Mai, his farmer's hands, now calloused by a different fight, her silk-clad arm linked with his. The crowd cheered, not just for a union, but for a story. A boy who defied a king, a devil, and fate itself. They returned to the village under Black Mountain often, Nam's parents weeping as they embraced him, their pride a quiet fire. Tuan clapped his son's back. Lin held his face, and the fields they'd tended flourished again. The curse a memory. Old Tan visited once, his net heavy with fish, his grin wide. Told you I'd hold you to it, he said, and Nam laughed. The sound free and full. Years passed, and Nam and Mai ruled not as distant royals, but as partners, their reign marked by fairness and strength. The kingdom thrived, its rivers clear, its lands green, the devil's shadow banished to legend. Children grew up on the tale of the boy who stole 3 golden hairs, a story told by firesides and sung in songs. Nam never forgot the cave, the trials, the weight of those strands in his hand, but he carried them as lessons, not burdens. One evening, as the sun dipped low, Nam stood with Mai on a balcony overlooking the land he'd saved. She leaned against him, her head on his shoulder, and he felt the warmth of her, the peace of a life hard won. Was it worth it? She asked, her voice a whisper. He thought of the storm of his birth, the river's pull, the devil's roar, and smiled. Every step, he said. For you, for them, for us. And so Nam, the farmer's son, the prophecy's child, the devil slayer, lived happily, not just in tales, but in the quiet, enduring joy of a world made whole. Story: The Girl Without Hands. The village of Millhaven crouched at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, its thatched cottages huddled together as if shielding one another from the shadows that stretched beyond the fields. The river ran slow and gray through the valley, its banks lined with reeds, and the wind carried the faint creak of a mill wheel that had once been the heart of the hamlet. Hans, the miller, lived in a crooked house by the water, his days spent grinding grain into flour, his nights haunted by the grind of poverty that had settled over his life like dust. With him was Liesel, his only daughter, 16 summers old, a girl with hair like spun gold and eyes as soft and green as the moss on the forest stones. She was the light in his dark days, her gentle voice and kind heart a balm to the village's weary souls. Hans had not always been poor. Once, the mill turned a steady profit, its wheel spinning with the river's song, its flour feeding families far beyond Millhaven. But a storm had come years ago, shattering the wheel's axle, and repairs drained what little he'd saved. The villagers turned to other mills, their coins dwindling, and Hans's debts grew, a noose tightening with each passing season. Liesel bore it with grace, mending clothes, fetching water, tending the small garden, her hands quick and nimble, her smile unwavering despite the hunger that gnawed at them both. The village loved her, slipping her a crust or a carrot when they could, but Hans's pride festered, his once steady hands trembling with despair. One autumn evening, as the sky turned a bruised purple and the wind howled through the trees, Hans stood by the broken mill, its wheel silent, its stones cold. The harvest had been lean, the pantry bare, and a creditor's letter lay crumpled in his pocket, its threat of ruin sharp as a blade. He kicked at the earth, his voice a growl swallowed up by the dusk. Something, anything to save us, he muttered, his breath fogging in the chill. The forest answered, a rustle, a shadow, and a figure stepped from the trees, tall and cloaked, its face hidden in darkness, its voice a low hiss that slithered through the air. You seek aid, Miller? It said, its tone smooth as oil, its presence cold as the river's depths. I can give it, gold to fill your coffers, grain to turn your wheel. Name your price. Hans's eyes widened, hope flaring despite the unease, curling in his gut. What do you want? He asked, his voice rough. I've little left, nothing but this mill, this land. The figure's cloak shifted, a glint of sharp teeth catching the fading light. Nothing much, it replied, its voice a lure. What stands behind your mill? Give me that, and wealth is yours. Hans frowned, his mind racing. Behind the mill stood an old apple tree, gnarled, barren, its fruit long gone to rot. A small price, he thought, a trifle for salvation. Take it, he said, his voice firm. The tree's yours. The figure laughed, a sound like breaking ice, and extended a hand, its fingers long and claw-like. Done, it hissed, and vanished into the forest, the air stilling as if the world held its breath. Hans returned to the cottage, a spark of relief in his chest, and found Liesel by the hearth, her hands kneading dough from the last of their flour, her smile soft as she greeted him. He said nothing of the deal, his heart light with the promise of gold, unaware of the shadow he'd cast over her. Days passed, the mill wheel creaking to life with a strength it hadn't known in years, sacks of grain appearing by the door, coins jingling in Hans's purse. The village whispered, Hans has luck again, and he laughed, his pride swelling, his debt paid. But on the seventh night, as the moon hung low and full, the shadow returned, its cloak billowing, its eyes glinting red beneath the hood. It stood by the mill, its voice a snarl. I've come for my P.S. Miller. Where is she? Hans froze, his breath catching. She, he stammered, his hands trembling. I gave you the tree, the apple tree. The figure laughed, its teeth sharp in the moonlight. The tree? Fool! I wanted what stood behind the mill when we spoke. Your daughter, Liesel. She was there, kneading bread by the hearth. She's mine. Hans's heart sank, horror clawing his chest as he remembered. Liesel behind the mill, unseen through the window as he'd struck the deal. No, he roared, stumbling back. Not her, you can't. The shadow advanced, its claws gleaming. A deal's a deal, Miller. Give her or I take you both. Its voice was a whip, its presence a weight that crushed his will. And Hans staggered into the cottage, his mind a storm of panic. Liesel looked up, her green eyes wide, her hands dusted with flour. Father, she asked, her voice soft. What's wrong? He couldn't speak, his throat tight, his hands shaking as the shadow loomed at the door, its red eyes burning. Stay back, he shouted, shoving her behind him. But the figure hissed, its claws slashing the air, and Hans's fear broke, reason fleeing, madness taking hold. Blood, he muttered, seizing an axe from the wall, its blade dull but heavy. It wants blood, not her soul. I'll save her. Liesel's eyes widened, her voice a cry. Father, no. But Hans, lost to terror, swung, the axe biting into her arms, severing her hands in a blur of pain and crimson. She screamed, falling to the floor, blood pooling beneath her, and the shadow laughed, its voice a shriek of delight. Enough, it said, stepping back, its claws dripping. The deal shifts. Her hands are mine. She lives but marked. Farewell, Miller. It vanished, the night swallowing its echo, leaving Hans with the axe, Liesel with her agony. He dropped the blade, his hands shaking, his voice a sob as he knelt beside her. Liesel, forgive me. I thought... But she pushed him away, her stumps hidden beneath her cloak, her face pale with shock and pain. No, father, she whispered, her voice trembling but firm. You didn't think... You traded me. I can't stay. She staggered to her feet, blood staining the floor, and stumbled out, the wind howling as she fled into the forest, her cloak a shadow against the trees. Hans fell to his knees, his cries lost to the night. the mill's newfound wealth a curse in his hands. Liesel moved deeper, the pain of fire in her arms, her tears falling to the earth. But her heart, gentle, unbroken, held no hate, only a quiet resolve to survive. The forest closed around her, its branches clawing the sky, its shadows thick with whispers. She walked, her stumps throbbing, her cloak catching on thorns, until exhaustion dropped her beneath an oak, its roots a cradle in the dark. Why? She whispered, her voice a plea to the night, and the wind answered, a rustle, a hum, a promise she couldn't yet hear. The village slept, Hans wept, and Liesel rested, her blood a mark on the earth, her spirit a light the forest saw. The tale turned, the mill a memory, the shadow a spectre, and Liesel, handless, heartbroken, stepped into a journey of loss and hope, her kindness a flame no darkness could quench. The forest swallowed Liesel whole, its shadows folding around her like a cloak as she stumbled from the oak's embrace, her stumps throbbing beneath the tattered fabric of her mantle. The night was deep and cold, the moon a sliver behind the tangled branches, its light barely piercing the canopy of Millhaven's wild edge. Her golden hair clung to her tear-streaked face, her green eyes dim with pain, but her steps, slow, faltering, carried her onward, away from the village, away from Hans, away from the blood-stained floor of the miller's cottage. She didn't look back, her heart a heavy ache, her mind a fog of loss and survival. Blood dripped from her arms, staining the leaves beneath her feet, and the forest seemed to watch, its whispers a chorus of rustling leaves, its shadows shifting as if alive. Liesel's breath fogged in the chill, her body trembling from shock and cold, but she pressed on, driven by a quiet strength she didn't fully understand. She had no hands to shield herself, no strength to fight, yet her spirit refused to break, her kindness a ember glowing through the dark. I'll live, she whispered, her voice a thread in the wind. For me, not him. Days blurred into nights, the forest a labyrinth of thorns and roots, its paths unmarked, its silence broken only by the hoot of an owl or the snap of a twig. Liesel wandered, her cloak catching on brambles, her stumps hidden as she learned to move with a grace born of necessity, ducking branches with her shoulders, nudging aside vines with her elbows. Hunger gnawed at her, a dull roar she couldn't silence, and thirst parched her throat, her lips cracking as she searched for water she couldn't grasp. The village was a memory, its warmth lost to her, but the forest offered small mercies. A tinker shared a crust of bread, his eyes soft with pity. A woodcutter's wife pressed a carrot into her cloak, her voice a murmur of sorrow. Poor child, they'd say, and Liesel smiled, faint but real, her thanks a nod they couldn't miss. One gray morning, as mist curled through the trees, like a living thing, Liesel reached a river, its waters swift and silver, its banks slick with moss. She knelt, the damp earth cool against her knees, and stared at the current, its surface a mirror reflecting her hollow face. Thirst burned her throat, but her stumps hovered uselessly, the water a taunt she couldn't touch. Tears welled, spilling down her cheeks, and she bent closer, her lips brushing the surface, only to pull back, the cold a tease against her skin. I can't, she sobbed, her voice breaking, and the river seemed to laugh, its rush a mockery of her loss. A rustle broke her despair, a soft step, a gentle huff, and Liesel looked up, her breath catching. A white stag stood across the river, its antlers branching like a crown, its coat glowing faintly in the mist, its eyes deep and knowing. It tilted its head, a creature of light in the forest's gloom, and stepped into the water, its hooves silent on the stones. Liesel froze, her tears slowing as the stag crossed to her, its muzzle lowering to the river. It drank, then lifted its head, water dripping from its lips, and pressed its nose to her cheek. Cool and steady, she gasped, the touch a balm, and the stag dipped again, scooping water in its mouth, offering it to her. She hesitated, then leaned forward, her lips meeting the stag's, drinking the water it gave. Sweet, cold, a lifeline in her parched throat. It pulled back, its eyes lasting, and offered more again and again, until her thirst eased, her trembling stilled. Thank you, she whispered, her voice raw, and the stag nudged her cloak, its antlers brushing her hair as if in blessing. It turned, stepping through the mist, and Liesel followed, her stumps hidden, her heart lifting with a hope she couldn't name. The stag led her through the forest, its glow a beacon in the shadows, its path winding past thorns and streams until the trees parted, revealing a garden, wild, untamed, a miracle in the wilderness. Fruit trees bowed with apples and pears, their branches heavy despite the season. Vines curled with grapes, and flowers bloomed in riots of color. Red, gold, violet, their scent a song on the air. A stream trickled through, its waters clear, and the stag stopped, its voice a whisper in her mind, soft as falling leaves. Stay here, child. Your kindness calls me. Eat, rest. The forest sees you. Liesel sank to the grass, her cloak pooling around her, and reached with her stumps, the fruit a taunt she couldn't grasp. But the trees moved, branches bending low, apples falling to her feet, grapes tumbling into her lap. She laughed, a sound of wonder breaking through her grief, and ate, the juice sweet on her tongue, the hunger fading with each bite. The stag watched, its presence of a comfort, and spoke again. Your heart is pure, Liesel. Trials lie ahead, but patience will heal you. Trust the light. She nodded, her green eyes bright with tears of relief, and the stag stepped back, its form fading into the mist, leaving her alone in the garden. The trees rustled, their bounty a gift, and Liesel settled beneath an apple tree, her stumps hidden in her cloak, her body weary, but her spirit steady. Patience, she murmured, the stag's words a promise, and closed her eyes, the garden's hum a lullaby in the dark. Weeks turned to months, the garden her sanctuary, its magic sustaining her, fruit falling when she hungered, the stream rising to her lips when she thirsted. She learned to live without hands, tilting her head to drink, nudging apples with her chin, her movements a dance of adaptation. The forest watched, its creatures curious, squirrels chattering, birds perching near, but none approached. The stag's blessing a shield around her. Liesel sang, her voice soft and clear, a thread of joy in her solitude. And the garden grew, its flowers brighter, its trees taller, as if her kindness fed its magic. One twilight, as the sky bled red and gold, A shadow moved beyond the garden. A man, tall and broad, his cloak green as the forest, a bow slung across his back. Liesel froze, her song faltering, her stumps tucked beneath her cloak as he stepped closer, his boots crunching on fallen leaves. He was young, his hair dark and tousled, his eyes a warm brown that caught the dusk's light, and he carried a deer slung over his shoulder, a hunter lost in the wild. "Who's there?" he called, his voice steady but kind, and Liesel shrank back, her heart thudding. He saw her, golden hair, pale face, eyes like moss, and paused, his bow lowering. "A girl?" he said, stepping into the garden, his gaze soft with wonder. "How do you live here, alone?" Liesel's voice trembled, her stumps hidden as she rose. "The forest helps me," she said, her words a shield. I I don't need much." He smiled, setting the deer down, his hands gentle as he pulled bread from his pack. "I'm Leon," he said, offering it. "I hunt for my father, the king beyond the hills. You're no wild thing. What's your name?" "Liesel," she whispered, her cloak shifting as she reached, then stopped, her stumps a secret she couldn't share. He stepped closer, placing the bread at her feet, his eyes searching hers. "You're welcome here," she said, her voice soft, and he nodded, a spark of something, curiosity, kindness, lighting his face. "I'll come again," he said, turning back to the forest, his figure fading into the dusk. Liesel watched, the bread warm at her feet, the stag's promise echoing, "Patience will heal you." The garden hummed, Leon's shadow a thread in her tail, and she settled back, her heart stirring with a hope she hadn't felt since the mill, a light in the darkness, faint but growing. The tale turned, the forest her home, the stag her guide, and Liesel, handless but whole, waited, her kindness a seed in the wild, its bloom yet to come. The enchanted garden, nestled deep in the forest, bloomed under the soft light of dawn, its trees heavy with fruit, its flowers a riot of color against the mossy earth. Liesel knelt by the stream, her golden hair catching the sun, her stumps hidden beneath the folds of her tattered cloak as she tilted her head to drink, the water cool against her lips. The garden had become her haven, its magic a quiet companion, apples falling to her feet, vines curling grapes into her reach, the air humming with a life that answered her gentle songs. She'd grown lean, but strong, her movements a dance of adaptation, her green eyes bright with a resilience forged in solitude. The white stag's promise lingered. "Patience will heal you." And she clung to it, a thread of hope woven through her days. The memory of Leon, the hunter who'd stumbled into her sanctuary, flickered in her mind like a candle in the dark. He'd come that twilight, his brown eyes warm, his voice kind, leaving bread at her feet before vanishing into the forest. She'd eaten it slowly, savoring the taste, her heart stirring with a warmth she hadn't felt since Millhaven, since before the axe, before Hans's betrayal. "He'll come again," she whispered to the trees, her voice soft, and the garden seemed to listen, its branches rustling in repli. Days passed, the forest turning golden with autumn's touch, and Leon returned, his green cloak blending with the leaves, his bow slung across his back. He carried a pheasant this time, its feathers glinting in the sunlight, and paused at the garden's edge. his gaze finding Liesel beneath an apple tree. "You're still here," he said, his voice a mix of surprise and relief, a smile tugging his lips as he stepped closer. "I thought you might be a dream." Liesel rose, her cloak shifting to hide her stumps, her smile faint but real. "No dream," she said, her voice steady despite the thud of her heart. "The garden keeps me. I'm Liesel." He set the pheasant down, pulling bread and cheese from his pack, his hands gentle as he placed them before her. "Leon," he said, settling on the grass a pace away, his eyes warm but curious. "I hunt for my father, the king of Valenwood, beyond the hills. This place, it's no ordinary garden. How do you live here?" She hesitated, her stumps a secret pressing against her chest, and nudged the bread with her elbow, her voice soft. "The forest helps me. The trees give fruit. The stream rises to me. I've learned to manage." Leon watched, his brow furrowing as she ate, awkwardly, carefully, her cloak never slipping, and a flicker of understanding crossed his face, though he said nothing of it. "You're strong," he said instead, his tone gentle. "Stronger than most. I've seen men break under less." Liesel's cheeks warmed, her eyes dropping to the grass. "I don't feel strong," she murmured, her voice a whisper. "I just keep going." He returned again and again, days turning to weeks, his visits a rhythm in her solitude. He brought meat, bread, a woolen blanket one crisp morning, his hands always gentle, his voice a steady thread of kindness. They talked of the forest, the stars, the tales he'd heard at court, his laughter a balm to her quiet, her songs a gift he cherished. He never pressed her about her past, her hands, but his eyes lingered, soft with a question he didn't ask, and Liesel felt a pull, a warmth she feared, a hope she couldn't name. One golden afternoon, as leaves drifted from the trees, Leon sat beside her, his bow resting on the grass, his voice low. "Liesel," he said, his brown eyes meeting hers, "you're more than this garden. I've never met anyone like you. Come with me to Valenwood. Be my wife." Her breath caught, her stumps twitching beneath the cloak, her heart a storm of joy and dread. "Leon," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I can't. I'm not whole. You don't know." "I know enough," he cut in, his hand reaching for hers, then stopping as she flinched, her cloak slipping to reveal the scarred ends of her arms. His eyes widened, a flicker of shock giving way to sorrow, but he didn't pull back. "Who did this?" he asked, his voice soft, steady. She looked away, tears welling, her voice a broken thread. "My father, to save me from something worse. It doesn't matter. I'm not fit for a prince." Leon took her cloak, gently draping it back, his fingers brushing her shoulder. "You're fit for me," he said, his voice firm. "Not for your hands, but for your heart. I'll make you whole. I swear it." She shook her head, tears falling, but his resolve held, and he stood, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, and Liesel, her heart aching with a love she couldn't deny, nodded, rising to follow him from the garden. The stags whisper a faint echo. Patience, the palace of Valenwood gleamed atop a hill, its towers white against the autumn's sky, its gates opening to a court of velvet and gold. Leon led Liesel inside, her cloak tight, her stumps hidden, her steps faltering as the king and queen, his parents, rose from their thrones, their eyes sharp with appraisal. "Who's this?" the king demanded, his voice a rumble, his beard gray as steel. "Liesel," Leon said, his hand on her arm, his voice steady. "My betrothed. She's brave, kind, more than you'll ever know." The queen's gaze narrowed, her silk gown rustling as she stepped forward. "A forest girl," she said, her tone cold. "No hands, no name. She's beneath you, Leon." "She's above me," he countered, his eyes blazing. "I'll marry her, with or without your blessing," the court murmured, the king's brow furrowing. But Leon stood firm, his arm around Liesel, her heart swelling with a love she feared would break her. Days passed, the palace a cage of whispers and stares, the queen's disdain a shadow over her joy. Leon crafted silver hands, delicate, hinged, a gift to ease her days. But Liesel wore them rarely, her stumps a truth she couldn't hide. One stormy night, as thunder rolled over Valenwood, a letter arrived, sealed with black wax, its script sharp and cruel. The king read it aloud, his voice a growl. "Your son's bride, a witch, handless by her own curse, a blight on your house. Banish her, or ruin falls." The court gasped, the queen's eyes glinting with triumph, and Liesel shrank, her cloak tight, her voice lost. "It's a lie," Leon roared, seizing the letter, his hands trembling. "She's no witch. I know her." The king's gaze hardened, his voice cold. "Proof, or she goes. I'll not risk my kingdom." Leon fought, his pleas a storm, but the queen's will prevailed, and guards seized Liesel, her silver hands clattering to the floor, her cloak torn as they dragged her to the gates. "Leon," she cried, her voice breaking, but he lunged, held back by steel, his shout a promise. "I'll find you." The forest swallowed her again, the palace fading, the rain soaking her cloak as she stumbled, handless once more, her heart a wound reopened. The letter, a forgery, the devil's work, had struck, its venom born of the shadow Hans had bargained with, its rage a fire unquenched by her escape. She fell beneath a pine, her sobs lost to the storm, and the white stag emerged, its glow a light in the dark, its voice a whisper. "Hold fast, Liesel, your trial's near their end." She clung to it, the rain a shroud, her love for Leon a flame no storm could drown. The tale turned, the palace a memory, the forest her crucible, and Liesel, handless, hunted, waited, her kindness a seed in the night, its bloom a promise yet unseen. The forest of Millhaven roared with the fury of the storm, its branches thrashing in the wind, its shadows twisting as rain lashed the earth. In sheets of silver and gray, Liesel stumbled through the undergrowth, her cloak sodden and torn, her golden hair plastered to her face, her stumps throbbing beneath the fabric as she fled the palace of Valenwood. The guards' shouts had faded, Leon's desperate cry, "I'll find you," a distant echo swallowed by the tempest. But the weight of the forged letter burned in her chest, its lies a blade that had severed her from the life she'd dared to dream of. She fell beneath a towering pine, its roots a cradle in the mud, her sobs lost to the storm's howl, her body trembling with cold and despair. The white stag emerged from the rain, its coat glowing faintly through the downpour, its antlers branching like a crown against the lightning's flash. It stepped closer, its hooves silent on the sodden earth, its deep eyes glinting with a quiet strength that pierced her grief. "Hold fast, Liesel," it whispered, its voice a thread of calm in the chaos, a balm to her breaking heart. "Your trials near their end." She reached with her stumps, her cloak slipping to reveal the scarred ends, and the stag nudged her, its muzzle warm against her cheek, urging her to rise. "I can't," she sobbed, her voice raw, her tears mingling with the rain. "They think I'm a witch. Leon's gone. My hands. I've nothing left." The stag's glow flared, its voice firm. "You have your heart, your kindness, your patience. They've carried you this far. Follow me." It turned, its light a beacon through the storm, and Liesel staggered to her feet, her cloak dragging in the mud, her steps faltering but driven by a trust she couldn't name. The forest blurred, trees bending, wind screaming, until the stag led her to a cliff, its face sheer and black, a hidden crevice gaping at its base, like a wound in the stone. She slipped inside, the rain's roar fading to a distant murmur, the air warming as the crevice widened into a cavern, vast, echoing, its walls shimmering with veins of crystal that caught the stag's glow. At its heart bubbled a spring, its waters clear and silver, rippling with a light that pulsed like a heartbeat, its surface alive with whispers of magic. The stag stopped, its form steady beside her, and Liesel sank to her knees, the damp stone cool against her skin, her breath hitching as she stared at the spring. "What is this?" she asked, her voice trembling, her stumps hidden in her cloak. "The spring of grace," the stag replied, its voice resonant, filling the cavern. "A gift of the forest for those whose hearts endure. You've given without taking, borne pain without hate. Ask Liesel, and it will answer." She looked at her stumps, the scars a map of her loss, Hans's axe, the devil's deal, the years of struggle, and tears fell, her voice a whisper. "Not for me," she said, her heart aching with a love unbroken. "For my father, he's lost to guilt, suffering still. For Leon, he fights for me, risks all. Heal them, not me." The stag's eyes glinted, a flicker of awe in its glow, and the spring flared, its light swelling to a blinding white, the cavern trembling as a voice, not the stag's, but deeper, ancient, rose from the waters. "Your selflessness is your strength, Liesel. For your heart, for your patience, you are worthy." The spring surged, its waters spilling over the stone, and the stag stepped back, its form shimmering as the light engulfed her. Liesel gasped, the water flowing over her stumps, warm and alive, its touch of Thebus that burned without pain. She lifted her arms, the cloak falling away, and the scars melted, flesh knitting, bones stretching, fingers forming, soft, whole, perfect, as if they'd never been lost. She cried out, her voice a sob of wonder, her hands trembling as she flexed them, the sensation a miracle she couldn't grasp. "I'm whole," she whispered, tears streaming, her golden hair glowing in the spring's light. The stag's voice came, soft now. "Your kindness called me, a spirit of the wild. bound to aid the pure. You've broken the shadow's claim. But the cavern shook, a growl rising from the dark, a shadow coalescing, its form tall and cloaked, its eyes red as embers, its claws dripping with malice. The devil, cheated of its prize, lunged from the spring's edge, its voice a snarl. You're mine still, girl. Hands or not, I'll have your soul. Liesel stumbled back, her new hands raised, fear flaring in her chest. But the stag roared, a sound of light, not sound, and its glow erupted, its antlers blazing as it charged. The shadow shrieked, its claws slashing, but the stag's light struck, a beam of white that pierced the devil's form, shattering it into smoke and ash, its scream fading to a wail as the cavern stilled, the curse broken, the spring's glow softening to a gentle shimmer. Liesel sank to the stone, her hands clutching her cloak, her breath ragged with relief. The stag approached, its form dimming, its voice a whisper. You're free, Liesel. Go, claim your light. It faded, its glow dissolving into the spring, leaving her alone, her hands a miracle, her heart a flame rekindled. She rose, the rain easing beyond the cavern, the forest quiet as she stepped out, her cloak dripping, her hands flexing in the cool air. The path to Valenwood stretched before her, the palace a distant gleam through the trees, and she walked, steady, sure, her new hands a gift she'd earned, her love for Leon a beacon pulling her back. The devil's shadow was gone, Hans's guilt a burden she'd lifted, and the spring's promise rang true. Kindness and patience had healed her. Days later, she reached the palace gates, her cloak patched, but her hands bare, their softness a truth no lie could hide. The guards stared, their spears lowering, and Leon burst from the courtyard, his green cloak flying, his brown eyes wide with shock and joy. Liesel, he cried, running to her, his hand seizing hers, whole, real, his voice breaking. Your hands, how? She smiled, tears falling, her fingers curling around his. The forest gave them back, she said, her voice steady. For kindness, for patience, I'm free, Leon. He pulled her close, his arms a shield, his breath warm against her hair. I fought them. The letter was a lie. I knew you'd come back. The guards parted, the court gathering, their whispers a tide as Leon led her inside, her hands a marvel, her presence a light in the palace's gloom. The king rose, his gray beard stark against his robe, his eyes wide as he saw her hands, the queen's face paling beside him. A witch? The king asked, his voice a rumble. But Leon stepped forward, his voice fierce. No witch, he said, his hand in hers. A miracle, my wife, if she'll have me still. Liesel nodded, her green eyes bright, and the king's gaze softened, his voice low. Prove it false, and she stays. The tale turned, the spring's gift a triumph, the devil's curse a memory, and Liesel, whole, loved, stood ready, her hands a testament to a heart that had endured, her love a bond no shadow could break. The palace of Valenwood stood bathed in the golden light of a late autumn afternoon, its white towers gleaming against a sky streaked with amber and rose. The courtyard buzzed with the murmurs of the court, lords and ladies, guards and servants, gathering as Liesel stepped through the gates, her golden hair catching the sun, her new hands bare and soft against the patched folds of her cloak. Leon held her close, his green cloak draped over his shoulders, his brown eyes blazing with a joy that silenced the whispers, his hand clasped in hers, whole, real, a miracle no one could deny. The guards flanked them, their spears lowered in awe, and the king and queen stood at the throne's edge, their faces a mix of shock and doubt as the couple approached. Liesel, Leon said, his voice steady, lifting her hand for all to see. My betrothed, returned, healed. The letter was a lie, a shadow's trick. She's no witch. She's the light of this house. The king stepped forward, his gray beard stark against his robe, his storm cloud eyes narrowing as he studied her hands, smooth, unscarred, as if they'd never been lost. Healed, he rumbled, his voice heavy with suspicion. By what magic? Speak, girl. Liesel met his gaze, her green eyes steady, her voice soft but clear, carrying over the court's hush. The forest gave them back, she said, her fingers flexing in the light. A spring, a gift for kindness, for patience. I asked not for myself, but for my father, for Leon. It answered, and the shadow that cursed me is gone. The queen's lips thinned, her silk gown rustling as she crossed her arms, her voice cold. A pretty tale, too pretty. Hands regrown? It's sorcery, a trick to blind us. Leon's jaw tightened, his hand tightening around Liesel's. No trick, he said, his voice a blade. I know her. She's borne more than any of us, and 'tis still she gives. Look at her hands. Feel them. They're real. The king hesitated, his gaze flicking to the court, then back to Liesel, and he reached out, his calloused fingers brushing hers, warm, soft, alive. His breath caught, his doubt faltering, and the queen's protest died as the king's feet softened, a flicker of shame crossing his stern features. Real, he murmured, stepping back, his voice low. I wronged you, girl. The letter, I believed too quickly. Liesel smiled, faint but true, her voice gentle. I forgive you, she said, her hands clasping Leon's. Fear blinds us all sometimes. The king nodded, his decision swift, his voice rising to the court. She stays, my son's bride. Our daughter, no more doubt. The queen's eyes flashed, but she held her tongue, the court's cheers drowning her silence. A tide of joy washing over the hall. Liesel, the handless girl, redeemed. Leon turned to her, his smile breaking through the storm, and knelt, his voice a vow. Marry me, Liesel. Here now. Let them see what I've always known. She nodded, tears welling, and the court parted. The king calling for a priest. The wedding a whirlwind of light and song under Valenwood's golden sky. They married as the sun dipped low. Liesel in a simple gown of white, her hands bare and free. Leon in his hunter's green, his bow set aside for the day. The court danced. The palace glowed with lanterns, and the king raised a toast, his voice thick with pride. To Liesel and Leon, strength in love, a light in our house. The queen joined, her smile tight but present, and Liesel's hands, new, whole, lifted a cup, her laughter a melody that mingled with Leon's. Days turned to weeks, the palace softening under Liesel's touch. She opened its gates to the poor, her hands kneading bread for the hungry, stitching blankets for the cold, her kindness a river that flowed beyond the walls. Leon hunted, his bow steady, but his evenings were hers, their cottage by the palace, a haven of quiet joy, her hands tracing his face, his arms a shield around her. The kingdom whispered, the handless princess, healer of hearts, and Valenwood thrived, its fields greener, its people gentler, her light a legacy no crown could match. One spring morning, as blossoms drifted from the trees, a figure approached the palace gates, stooped, weathered, his hands trembling with age and guilt. Hans the miller, his hair gray, his eyes hollow, knelt before Liesel, his voice a broken sob. "Forgive me," he said, tears falling to the stone. "I traded you, hurt you, I've no right to ask." Liesel knelt too, her hands, whole, soft, lifting his face, her green eyes warm with a mercy he didn't expect. "I forgive you, father," she said, her voice steady. "You were lost. I was too. Come home." She brought him to the cottage, his guilt a burden she'd lifted, and he lived there, tending the garden, his days eased by her grace, his nights quiet with her songs. The white stag appeared at times, by the stream, in the garden, its glow a flicker in the dusk, its antlers a crown against the stars. "You've found your light," it whispered, its voice a breeze, and Liesel smiled, her hands brushing the grass. Leon at her side, the stag a guardian through the years. The garden where the shed met grew wild beyond the forest, its fruit a gift for wanderers, its flowers a testament to her journey. Pain turned to peace, loss to love. Years passed, the cottage filling with children, two girls with Liesel's golden hair, a boy with Leon's steady gaze, their laughter a song that echoed through Valenwood. Liesel taught them kindness, her hands guiding theirs, her stories of the forest, a legacy of hope. Leon aged beside her, his bow retired, his hunt's tales for the hearth, and the king and queen softened, their pride in her, a quiet glow in their twilight years. One evening, as the sun sank golden over the hills, Liesel stood in the garden with Leon, their hands clasped, their children playing beneath the trees. The falcon soared overhead, its song a memory of her trials, and the stag flickered at the edge, its glow a promise kept. "You healed me," she said, her voice soft, her fingers curling in his. "Not just my hands, my heart." Leon smiled, his brown eyes warm. "You healed us all," he said, pulling her close, the garden a cradle around them. Hans watched from the cottage, his hands steady now, his guilt a shadow faded by her light. The kingdom told her tale, by firesides, in songs, in whispers through the fields. Liesel, the girl without hands, who bore pain with grace, who won love with patience, who turned darkness to dawn. The spring in the cavern slept, its magic spent, but its echo lived in her. Hands that gave, a heart that endured, a love that shone brighter than gold. The fairy tale ended there, in the garden's glow, Liesel and Leon beneath the trees, their children's laughter a melody, the stag's light a flicker in the dusk. Hans found peace, Valenwood found grace, and Liesel, whole, loved, lived on, her hands a gift, her kindness a lesson carved in the kingdom's heart, patience and goodness, stronger than any curse, bloom where shadows fall, bringing happiness truer than any crown. Story, Der Goldene Vogel, the kingdom of Orland, stretched wide and wild, a land of rolling hills and whispering forests, its heart crowned by a palace of white stone that gleamed like a beacon under the sun. Towers spiraled into the sky, their banners fluttering in the breeze, and gardens sprawled around the walls, lush with roses and ivy. At the center of the royal orchard stood the golden apple tree, a marvel of nature and magic, its branches heavy with fruit that shimmered like molten gold, each apple a treasure worth a lord's ransom. For generations, it had been the pride of the kings of Orland, a symbol of prosperity and power, guarded by tradition and the whispered blessings of the old gods. But as summer ripened into its fullest bloom, a shadow fell over the orchard. Each night, under the cover of darkness, apples vanished, not plucked by wind or beast, but stolen by an unseen hand. The king's gardeners found no tracks, no broken branches, only the eerie stillness of a theft no mortal could explain. The king, a stern man with a silver beard and eyes like storm clouds, grew restless, his sleep haunted by the loss. He summoned his court, lords, scholars, seers, and demanded answers, his voice echoing through the marble halls. "Who dares rob me?" he roared, his fist slamming the throne. "Find me the thief, or heads will roll." The court scrambled, but it was an old seeress, frail and bent, who stepped forward, her cloak of patchwork of moss and feathers, her eyes milky with age. She leaned on a staff carved with runes, her voice a rasp that silenced the room. "No man steals your gold, sire," she said, her staff tapping the floor. "A creature of the wild, a golden falcon, comes by night, swift and silent, its beak sharper than any blade. It takes your apples for its own, a prize for its nest. Only the golden falcon can stop this thief, for its light drives shadows away." The king's eyes narrowed, his fingers drumming the throne's arm. "A falcon? Where is it then? Speak, woman." The seeress tilted her head, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Far beyond the forest's edge, in a castle atop the whispering peaks, guarded by a witch of ancient power, the golden falcon sings of truth, its feathers bright as dawn, but only one pure of heart and sharp of mind can claim it. Send your sons, sire. Let them prove their worth. The one who brings the falcon will save your tree and earn your crown." The king straightened, his gaze sweeping to his three sons who stood at the hall's edge. Hans, Karl, and Emil, each as different as the seasons. Hans, the eldest, was tall and broad, his hair a mane of black, his chest puffed with pride, his sword gleaming at his hip. Karl, the middle son, was lean and sharp-featured, his eyes glinting with a cunning that matched his silver tongue, his bow slung over his shoulder. Emil, the youngest, was small and wiry, his brown hair tousled, his face plain, but bright with a quiet intelligence, his hands empty of weapons, only a simple sack slung across his back, the court whispered. Hans the strong, Karl the sly, Emil the overlooked. But the king saw only heirs to test. You heard her, the king said, his voice a command. Find the golden falcon, bring it to me, alive and singing, and the throne is yours. Fail, and you're no sons of mine. Hans stepped forward, his grin bold. I'll have it in a week, father. A bird's no match for me. Karl smirked, his bow creaking as he flexed it. I'll shoot it down before Hans swings his sword. The crown's mine. Emil said nothing, his hazel eyes steady, but Hans laughed, clapping his shoulder hard enough to stagger him. Stay home, little brother, he mocked. You'll only trip over your sack. Karl chuckled, his voice smooth. Aye, Emil, leave it to us. You're not fit for quests. The king waved them off, his gaze cold. Go, all of you. Prove your blood or lose it. The brothers departed at dawn, the palace gates swinging wide, the forest stretching before them like a sea of green and shadow. Hans rode a black stallion, its hooves thundering, his armor clanking with every stride. Karl chose a gray mare, swift and sleek, his quiver rattling at his side. Emil walked, his boots soft on the dirt path, his sack light, but his steps sure, a tune whistling from his lips. The villagers watched from their cottages, their whispers a breeze. Hans will win, strong as an ox. Karl's clever, he'll outsmart the witch. Emil? Poor lad, he's no chance. The forest swallowed them, its canopy thick with oak and pine, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the chirp of unseen birds. Hours passed, the path winding deeper, the palace a memory behind them, until they reached a crossroads. 3 trails splitting the wood, each marked by a weathered stone. The first was wide and smooth, lined with flowers, leading to a distant glow of light. The second was narrow and rocky, twisting into shadow, its end lost to mist. The third was overgrown, thorns snagging at its edges, a faint hum rising from its depths. As they paused, a fox darted from the underbrush, not red, but silver, its fur gleaming like moonlight, its eyes sharp and golden. It sat, tail curled, and spoke, its voice a velvet growl. You seek the golden falcon, it said, its gaze sweeping them. It waits in the witch's castle, atop the whispering peaks. But beware, cunning and greed will trap you. Choose wisely, and listen to the simple, not the grand. Hans snorted, his stallion pawing the earth. A talking fox? I'll carve my own path. He spurred his horse down the wide road. The glow beckoning, his laughter echoing back, Karl smirked, knocking an arrow. I don't need riddles, beast. I'll find it my way. He urged his mare down the overgrown trail, thorns parting before his bow, his figure vanishing into the hum. Emil knelt, meeting the fox's gaze, his voice soft. You know the way, don't you? Tell me. The fox tilted its head, a flicker of approval in its eyes. You listen, boy. Good. Take the rocky path. It's hard, but true. Avoid the glitter, the ease. It's a snare. I'll guide you if you trust me. Emil nodded, slinging his sack higher. I trust you. Let's go. The fox padded ahead, its silver tail a beacon, and Emil followed. the narrow trail crunching under his boots, stones skittering with every step. The forest thickened, the light dimming, but the fox's presence steadied him, its voice a murmur. Your brothers chase shadows. You'll see. Hours stretched, the path climbing, the air growing thin, until the trees parted, revealing the whispering peaks, jagged spires piercing the clouds, a castle of black stone perched atop the highest, its walls shrouded in mist. The fox stopped, its golden eyes glinting. The witch waits, it said. 3 traps guard the falcon, lures of gold, speed, strength. Pass they, and it's yours. Fail, and you're hers. It knows the ground, unearthing a small key. Gold, simple, its edges worn, and dropped it at Emil's feet. For the true cage, keep it close. Emil took it, slipping it into his sack, his fingers brushing the metal's warmth. Thank you, he said, and the fox dipped its head, vanishing into the shadows with a flicker of silver. He stood alone, the castle looming, its hum a distant song, wild, beautiful, dangerous. Hans and Karl were gone, lost to their pride, but Emil felt no fear, only a quiet resolve. The golden falcon waited, and with it, his chance, not for a throne, but for proof of what he could be. The trail steepened, the mist curling around his legs, and Emil climbed, the key a weight in his sack, the fox's words a guide in his mind. The palace faded far below, the forest a memory, and the witch's castle rose, its gates ajar, its shadows whispering of trials to come. The tale turned, the youngest son stepping into legend, his journey just begun. The forest of Orland thickened as the 3 brothers parted at the crossroads, each path a thread in the tapestry of their quest for the golden falcon. The sun climbed higher, its light filtering through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the trails they'd chosen. Hans on the wide, flower-lined road, Karl on the thorn-choked path, and Emil on the rocky, mist-shrouded way. The air buzzed with the hum of unseen life, the rustle of leaves, a whisper of secrets older than the kingdom itself, and the silver fox's words lingered in Emil's mind. Avoid the glitter, the ease. It's a snare, say. He clutched the golden key in his sack, its warmth a quiet reassurance, and pressed on, the whispering peaks looming ever closer through the haze. Hans rode his black stallion down the broad trail, the flowers, red and gold, unnaturally bright, nodding as he passed, their scent sweet and heavy, curling into his nostrils like a promise. The path was smooth, the earth packed firm beneath his horse's hooves, and the glow ahead grew, a golden shimmer that danced through the trees, hinting at wealth, glory, ease. He grinned, his armor clanking, his broad chest swelling with confidence. This is a king's road, he muttered, spurring the stallion faster, his sword bouncing at his hip. That fox was a fool. Emil's the fool for listening. I'll have the falcon by nightfall. The trail opened into a clearing, and Hans reined in, his breath catching at the sight. A tavern, grand and gleaming, its walls carved from polished oak, its roof tiled with gold that caught the sun like a crown. Lanterns hung from the eaves, their light warm and inviting, and music spilled from within, lutes and laughter, the clink of tankards, the murmur of voices promising rest and revelry. A sign swung above the door, painted in bold red, the Gilded Rest. Hans dismounted, his stallion snorting as he tied it to a post, and strode inside, his boots loud on the polished floor. The tavern buzzed with life, men in velvet, women in silk, their faces flushed with wine and mirth. A barmaid approached, her smile wide, her tray laden with goblets of ruby liquid. "Welcome, traveler," she purred, pressing a drink into his hand. "Rest here. The road's long and you're weary." Hans took it, the wine rich on his tongue, and sank into a chair, the music wrapping him like a cloak. "I'm after a falcon," he said, his voice slurring as he drank deeper. "Golden one. Heard of it?" The barmaid's eyes glinted, her laugh soft. "Oh, it's near, up the mountain. But stay a while. Play, drink. The night's young." Hans nodded, the wine dulling his edge, and soon he was at a table, dice rolling from his hand, gold coins spilling from his purse, coins he'd taken from the palace, now lost to grinning strangers. Hours blurred, the tavern's glow a trap, and when he stumbled outside, drunk and broke, the path to the mountain was gone, the forest twisting into a wall of thorns. A shadow loomed, a woman, old and gnarled, her eyes red as embers, her voice a hiss. "Fool," she said, the witch of the peaks, and with a flick of her staff, Hans was bound, a slave to her will, his quest lost to greed and revelry. Carl, meanwhile, urged his gray mare down the overgrown trail, thorns snagging at his cloak, the hum rising from the earth, a low, pulsing song that quickened his pulse. He smirked, his bow steady in his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "A fox's riddles," he scoffed, knocking an arrow. "I'll shoot the bird down, no need for tricks." The path twisted, the thorns parting before his viper's hooves, and the hum grew, a lure he couldn't resist. He was Carl the Cunning, after all, smarter than Hans, sharper than Emil. The throne was his to claim. The trail ended at a glade, and Carl reined in, his smirk fading to a frown. Before him stood a stable, grand, its doors ivory, its roof studded with gems, a marvel in the wild. Inside, a white stallion pawed the ground, its coat gleaming like snow, its eyes bright with a promise of speed. A note hung on the door, scrawled in gold ink, "Ride me to the falcon, swift as wind." Carl laughed, dismounting his mare, his hand brushing the white horse's flank. "Better than that fox's rocky road," he said, swinging into the saddle, his bow slung across his back. The stallion bolted, a blur of motion, the forest streaking past, the hum swelling to a roar. Carl gripped the reins, his heart racing, too fast, too wild, and the horse veered, not up the mountain but into a maze of trees. The path lost to shadow. He pulled, cursed, but the stallion charged on, its eyes glinting red, and the witch appeared, her staff raised, her laugh a blade. "Greedy fool," she hissed, and the horse vanished, Carl tumbling to the earth, bound by vines that sprang from the ground, his cunning snared by the lure of grandeur. Emil, alone on the rocky path, felt none of their haste, none of their pride. The silver fox led him, its tail a flicker through the mist, the trail steep and treacherous, stones slipping under his boots. The air grew thin, the forest thinning to jagged cliffs, and the whispering peaks rose before him, dark, imposing, the witch's castle a black crown atop the highest spire. His sack bounced at his side, the golden key a quiet weight, and the fox's voice came, soft but firm. Your brothers chose the glitter, the ease. They're hers now, slaves to the witch. You're different, boy. Trust the simple. Emil nodded, his breath fogging in the chill. Where are they? He asked, his voice steady. Trapped, the fox replied, its golden eyes glinting. The tavern, the stable, snares of the witch's making. The wide road lures with pleasure, the thorned with power. Yours is the true path, hard but honest. The trail climbed higher, the mist parting to reveal a ledge, the castle's gates looming, tall, iron, etched with runes that pulsed faintly in the gloom. The fox stopped, its fur shimmering. The falcon's within, it said. 3 traps await, gold, speed, strength. Pass them, and it's yours. Fail, and you join your brothers. The key's your guide. Use it well. Emil knelt, his hand brushing the fox's flank. Will you come with me? The fox shook its head, a flicker of sadness in its gaze. I can't enter. Her magic bars me. But I'll wait, Emil. Trust yourself. It nosed his hand, then darted into the mist, leaving him alone before the gates. The hum of the castle, a distant song, wild, beautiful, calling. He stood, the key warm in his palm, his small frame dwarfed by the peaks, but his hazel eyes burned with a quiet fire. Hans and Karl had fallen, pride and greed their chains, but Emil felt no triumph, only a resolve to succeed where they'd failed. He pushed the gates, the iron creaking under his touch, and stepped inside, the mist swallowing him, the castle's shadows closing in. The air thrummed, the witch's presence a whisper on the wind, and Emil moved forward, the fox's words a shield. Listen to the simple, not the grand. The courtyard stretched before him, vast and silent, its stones slick with dew, its edges lined with statues, men and women, frozen mid-stride, their faces twisted in greed or fear. Emil's breath caught, the key a lifeline in his hand, and he advanced, the hum growing louder, the golden falcon's song, a faint echo in the deep. Hans and Karl were lost, but Emil was here, the youngest, the overlooked, his quest a thread of light in the witch's dark weave. The tale turned, the forest a memory, the castle a crucible, and Emil stepped into its heart, his brother's failure a warning, his own path a hope yet untested. The gates of the witch's castle groaned shut behind Emil, sealing him in a courtyard of the cold stone and creeping shadows. The whispering peaks loomed overhead, their jagged spires piercing a sky shrouded in mist, and the castle itself, a fortress of black granite, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its walls etched with runes that glowed faintly, like embers in the dark. The air thrummed with a distant song, wild, golden, a melody that stirred Emil's heart, and he knew it was the falcon, calling from somewhere deep within. His sack hung light at his side, the golden key a warm weight in his pocket, and the silver fox's words echoed in his mind. 3 traps, gold, speed, strength. Pass them and it's yours. Emile stepped forward, his boots soft on the slick stones, his hazel eyes scanning the courtyard. Statues lined its edges, men and women, their forms frozen mid-stride, their faces twisted in greed or despair, their hands outstretched as if grasping for something lost. He shivered, the air heavy with their silent warning, and tightened his grip on the sack. Hans and Karl were somewhere in this place, snared by their own folly. But Emile pushed the thought aside, his focus narrowing to the task ahead. The castle's hum grew louder, a lure he felt in his bones, and he moved toward an archway at the far end, its shadows deep and inviting. The arch led to a hall, vast, cavernous, its ceiling lost to darkness, its walls draped with tapestries that shimmered with threads of gold and silver. At its center stood a pedestal, and atop it, a cage, not iron, but gold, its bars intricately wrought, studded with gems that caught the faint light like stars. Within it perched the golden falcon, its feathers a blaze of sunlight, its eyes bright as dawn, its beak curved and sharp. It tilted its head, its song softening to a trill, and Emile's breath caught, the beauty of it tugging at his chest. Around the pedestal, dozens of cages gleamed, each more lavish than the last, their bars encrusted with pearls, their bases carved with scenes of triumph. But only one held the bird, and it was the simplest, an old iron cage, half hidden among the splendor, its bars rusted but sturdy. Emile stepped closer, the fox's warning ringing clear. Don't touch the golden cage. His hand brushed the key in his pocket, its warmth steadying him, and he scanned the room, the hum swelling to a chorus that clouded his thoughts. The golden cage glittered, its bars whispering promises, wealth, glory, power, and he felt the pull, his fingers twitching toward it. But he stopped, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the iron cage, the falcon's true home, its dull surface a stark contrast to the dazzle around it. Simple, not grand, he murmured, the fox's words a lifeline, and knelt before the iron cage, the key slipping into his hand. The lock clicked, the sound sharp in the hall's hush, and the falcon's song flared, a note of joy that pierced the hum. Emile swung the door open, his hand steady, and the bird hopped to his arm, its talons gentle, its feathers warm against his skin. You're free, he whispered, a smile breaking through his focus. But the air shifted, a chill sweeping the hall, and a voice hissed from the shadows, low, jagged, like wind through broken glass. Foolish boy, it said, and the witch emerged, her form hunched and gnarled, her cloak a shroud of midnight, her eyes red as embers, burning with fury. She leaned on a staff of twisted bone, its tip glowing with a sickly green light, and the tapestries fluttered as if alive. You think to take my prize? She snarled, her voice a whip. The falcon's mine. Its song keeps my power strong. You'll join your brothers, a statue in my court. Emile stepped back, the falcon's weight steadying him, his voice calm despite the thud of his heart. I have freed it. It's not yours anymore. The witch laughed, a sound that shook the stones, and raised her staff, the green light flaring. Then face the traps, thief! The hall trembled, the floor cracking, and a wind roared to life, a tempest of dust and shadow, swirling around Emil like a cage of its own. The falcon screeched, its wings flaring, and Emil ducked, the wind tearing at his cloak, his sack swinging wild. He clutched the bird, his eyes darting for escape, and spotted a door at the hall's end. Narrow, iron, half hidden by the storm. The wind howled, the witch's staff pulsing. But Emil remembered the fox. Gold, speed, strength. There was the first trap, Gold's lure, and he'd passed it, choosing the iron cage over the false dazzle. Run! He shouted to the falcon, and it took flight, its golden wings cutting through the tempest, guiding him to the door. He lunged, the wind clawing his back, and pushed through, the hall's hum fading as the door slammed shut, the witch's scream a muffled echo behind him. He stumbled into a stable, smaller, dim, its air thick with the scent of hay and musk. A white stallion stood in a stall, its coat gleaming like snow, its eyes bright with a promise of speed, its mane flowing like silk. A saddle hung on the wall, gold-trimmed, its leather soft and new, and a note fluttered beside it. Ride me to the falcon's perch. Swift as the wind, Emil paused, the falcon circling above, its trill a warning, and the fox's words returned. Don't ride the white horse. His haunt brushed the key, still warm from the lock, and he looked past the stallion to a rickety ladder at the stable's rear, leading to a trapdoor in the ceiling. Plain, wooden, uninviting. The stallion whinnied, its hooves pawing the ground, and Emil felt the pull. Speed, freedom, the thrill of the ride. But he shook his head, his voice soft. Not this time. He crossed to the ladder, the falcon landing on his shoulder, and climbed, the wood creaking under his weight, the horse's whinny fading as he pushed through the trapdoor, the stable vanishing below. He emerged into a chamber, long, narrow, its walls lined with weapons, swords, spears, axes, each gleaming with a light of its own, their hilts studded with gems, their blades sharp as winter's edge. At the far end hung a sword brighter than the rest, its blade silver, its hilt gold, pulsing with a power that hummed in the air. A plaque beneath it read, Take me to slay the witch, stronger than steel. The falcon fluttered, its song sharp, and Emil's hand twitched, the fox's third trap clear. Don't take the shining sword. He scanned the room, the weapons whispering strength, victory, might, but his eyes settled on a corner, a plain staff, wooden, worn, leaning against the wall, its only mark a faint rune carved near the top. Simple, he murmured, and took it, the wood cool in his grip, the hum of the swords fading as he turned away. The falcon trilled, approving, and a hidden door slid open, stone grinding on stone, revealing a stair spiraling upward, the song growing louder, the air warm with its light. The witch's scream shattered the calm, her voice booming from below. You'll not escape! The chamber shook, the walls cracking, and she appeared, her red eyes blazing, her staff flaring green. You've passed my traps, boy, but I'll have you yet. She thrust her staff, a bolt of shadow streaking toward him, and Emil dove, the falcon screeching as the bolt struck the wall, stone crumbling in its wake. He ran, the staff in one hand, the falcon on his shoulder, the stairs a blur beneath his boots. The witch followed, her cloak billowing, her curses a storm, but the falcon's song rose, a shield of light that slowed her, its feathers brushing Emil's cheek. They reached the top, a tower open to the sky, the peaks stretching vast around them, and Emil turned, the witch's shadow looming, her staff raised for a final strike. But the silver fox leaped from the mist, its teeth bared, its silver fur aflash as it tackled her, claws raking her cloak. Go! It snarled, and Emil bolted, the falcon soaring ahead, the tower trembling as the witch's scream faded, the fox's growl a fading echo. They fled down the mountain, the castle's hum silenced, the golden falcon free, its song a golden thread in the wind. Emil collapsed at the forest's edge, the falcon perched beside him, its eyes bright with gratitude. The key lay in his sack, the staff at his side, and the fox emerged, its fur matted, but its gaze steady. You've done it, it said, its voice soft. But your brothers, they'll not let you keep it. Emil nodded, his breath ragged, the falcon's song a comfort. The tale turned, the witch's traps behind him, but the path home, and Hans and Karl, lay ahead, a challenge yet unmet. The forest of Orland stretched wide and wild beneath the whispering peaks, its canopy a sea of green and shadow, softening the harsh stone of the mountains. Emil stumbled down the rocky trail, his boots scuffing the earth, his small frame weary from the witch's traps, but buoyed by the golden falcon perched on his shoulder. Its feathers gleamed like sunlight, its song a soft trill that warmed the air, and the golden key rested in his sack, a quiet triumph alongside the plain wooden staff he'd taken from the castle. The silver fox padded at his side, its fur matted from the fight with the witch, its golden eyes glinting with a mix of pride and caution. The castle's hum had faded, its gates sealed behind them, but the fox's warning lingered. Your brothers, they'll not let you keep it. Emil paused at a stream, its waters clear and cold, and knelt to drink, the falcon dipping its beak beside him. We did it, he said, his voice soft, a smile tugging his lips as he brushed the bird's feathers. You're free, and we're going home. The fox lapped at the stream, its voice a low growl. Not yet, boy. Hans and Karl, they're bound to her still, slaves in her snares. They'll want what you've won, and they're not above taking it. Emil's smile faded, his hazel eyes narrowing. They're my brothers, he said, though doubt crept into his tone. They wouldn't. They would, the fox cut in, its tail flicking. Pride and greed drove them to her traps. Envy will drive them now. Watch your step, Emil. He nodded, the falcon's trill steadying him, and rose, the staff a firm weight in his hand. The path home stretched long, the forest thickening as they descended, the peaks receding into mist. Hours passed, the sun sinking to a golden glow, and the fox's ears twitched, its head snapping up. They're near, it whispered, and Emil tensed, his hand brushing the sack, the key, a silent promise. A rustle broke the silence, boots on leaves, a grunt of effort, and Hans emerged from the trees, his armor dented, his black hair wild, his sword sheathed, but his fists clenched. Carl followed, his cloak torn, his bow unstrung, his sharp features twisted with exhaustion and rage, their eyes, dark and glinting, locked on Emil. Then the falcon, and a silence fell, heavy with unspoken intent. "You're alive," Emil said, his voice steady, stepping forward. "I thought the witch caught us," Hans snapped, his voice a growl, his hand twitching toward his sword. "That cursed tavern. Wine, dice, then chains. She's got us bound, little brother." Carl smirked, though it didn't reach his eyes. "The horse threw me. Vines took me after. She's strong, Emil. Too strong for us." Emil's grip tightened on the staff, the fox circling behind him, unseen by his brothers. "I've got the falcon," he said, lifting his chin. "We can go home. Father will." "Father will what?" Hans interrupted, stepping closer, his shadow looming. "Give you the throne? You, a runt with a bird?" He laughed, harsh and bitter. "You've got no right." Carl's hand brushed his quiver, his voice smooth. "You did well, Emil. Better than us. But that falcon, it's ours now. Hand it over, and we'll say you helped." The falcon fluttered, its song sharpening, and Emil stepped back, his heart thudding. "I freed it," he said, his voice firm. "The witch's traps, I passed them. You didn't." Hans's eyes flared, his hand seizing Emil's arm. "Pass them? You're a child playing at hero. Give it here, or I'll take it." Carl moved, flanking him, and the fox growled, low and warning. But Hans ignored it, wrenching the falcon from Emil's shoulder, its talons scraping as it squawked. "No!" Emil shouted, lunging. But Carl grabbed him, pinning his arms, the staff clattering to the ground. Hans pulled a golden cage from his pack, ornate, false, a prize from the tavern, and shoved the falcon inside, its song muffling as the bars closed. "Quiet, bird," he snarled and turned to Carl, his grin cold. "We'll say we caught it. Father won't know." Emil struggled, his small frame no match for Carl's grip. "Let me go. It's mine. I earned it." Carl laughed, his voice cutting. "Earned? You're nothing, Emil. Stay here. Rot with your fox." They bound him with rope from Hans's saddle, tying him to a tree, the knots tight against his wrists. Hans kicked the staff into the underbrush, sneering. "No throne for you, runt." They mounted their horses, returned by the witch's fading magic, and rode off, the golden cage swinging, the falcon's song a faint cry in the dusk. The forest fell silent, Emil's breath ragged, his wrists chafing as he tugged at the ropes. The silver fox emerged, its eyes blazing, and gnawed at the knots, its teeth sharp and swift. "I warned you," it said, freeing him, its voice soft with regret. "They've taken it, but not the truth." Emil rubbed his wrists, his gaze hard. "They can't keep it," he said, retrieving the staff, the key still safe in his sack. "The falcon won't sing for them, not in that cage." The fox nodded, its tail flicking. "The witch's hold is broken. They're free, but blind to it. The king will see. Come, we'll follow." They tracked Hans and Carl through the night, the forest a maze of shadow and starlight, the falcon's muted trill a guide. Emil's legs ached, his heart heavy with betrayal, but the fox's presence steadied him, its silver fur a beacon in the dark. By dawn, they reached Orlanda's edge, the palace gleaming white against the hills, its gates white as Hans and Karl rode in, the golden cage held high, their voices loud with false triumph. Emil watched from the trees, the fox at his side, his breath fogging in the chill. "They'll lie," he said, his voice low. "Father will believe them." "Not for long," the fox replied, its eyes glinting. "The falcon's song is truth. It won't sing for liars. Wait, Emil. Your time comes." Inside the palace, Hans and Karl knelt before the king, the golden cage at their feet. The court gathered, lords in velvet, ladies in silk, their whispers a tide of awe. "We've brought it, father," Hans said, his chest puffed. "The golden falcon, caught by our hands." Karl nodded, his smirk smooth. "The witch fought us, but we prevailed. The throne's ours." The king rose, his silver beard catching the light, his storm cloud eyes narrowing as he peered at the falcon. "Sing, then," he commanded, his voice a rumble. "Prove your tale." Hans opened the cage, the falcon stepping out, its feathers dull in the false gold's shadow, its eyes dim. It tilted its head, beak parted, but no song came, only silence, heavy and accusing. The king's brow furrowed, the court's murmurs rising, and Hans's grin faltered. "Sing, damn you," he snapped, shaking the cage, but the falcon stood mute, its light fading. Karl stepped forward, his voice slick. "It's tired, father, from the fight. Give it time." The king's gaze hardened, his hand slamming the throne. "Time? The tree still loses apples. Your thief still roams. You've failed me." Hans's face reddened, his fists clenching, but before he could speak, a shadow moved at the hall's edge. Emil, small and dusty, the staff in his hand, the silver fox at his heels. The court gasped. Hans and Karl spinning, their eyes wide with shock and fury. "You!" Hans roared, his sword half drawn, but Emil raised a hand, his voice calm, cutting through the chaos. "I've got the truth," he said, pulling the iron cage from his sack, the simple one, rusted but true, and set it before the king. "The falcon's mine. Let it choose." The king's eyes flicked between them, his voice a growl. "Prove it, boy." Emil opened the cage, the falcon fluttering free, its feathers blazing as it landed on his shoulder, its song bursting forth, a melody of light, golden and wild, filling the hall with a warmth that banished shadows. The court stilled, the king's breath catching, and Emil met his brother's gazes, his voice steady. "They took it, bound me, lied, but the falcon knows." Hans lunged, his sword flashing, but the king's shout stopped him cold. "Enough." The truth hung heavy, the falcon's song a verdict, and Emil stood, the youngest, the overlooked, his triumph a quiet flame in the storm of betrayal. The great hall of Orland's palace shimmered with the golden light of the falcon's song, its melody weaving through the air like threads of dawn, filling the marble chamber with a warmth that silenced the court's murmurs. Emil stood before the throne, small and dusty in his patched tunic, the iron cage at his feet, the golden falcon perched on his shoulder. its feathers ablaze with life. Hans and Karl froze mid-step, their faces pale with shock and fury. Hans's sword half drawn, Karl's hand twitching toward his empty quiver. The king rose from his throne, his silver beard glinting, his storm-cloud eyes narrowing as the truth hung heavy between his sons. The falcon's song, a verdict no one could deny. Enough, the king roared, his voice a thunderclap that echoed off the walls, his hand slamming the throne's arm. Hans's sword clattered back into its sheath, his broad frame shrinking under the weight of his father's glare. And Karl stepped back, his smirk crumbling to a grimace. The court, lords in velvet, ladies in silk, leaned forward, their whispers stilled, their eyes darting between the brothers, the bird, and the iron corner that had defied the golden lie. Emil met the king's gaze, his hazel eyes steady, his voice soft but clear. They took it, father, he said, his hand brushing the falcon's feathers. I freed it from the witch, past her traps, won it fair. Hans and Karl bound me, stole it with a false cage, but it won't sing for them. Hans's face reddened, his fists clenching as he lunged forward, his voice a snarl. Lies! He's a runt, a trickster. We caught it, not him. Karl nodded, his voice slick despite the tremor in it. He's jealous, father, spinning tales to steal our glory. The king's awen shot up, silencing them, his eyes flicking to the falcon, then the iron cage, then Emil. The bird sings for him, he said, his tone cold. Not you. Speak the truth, or I'll have it from your hides. The silver fox stepped from the shadows, its fur gleaming like moonlight, its golden eyes glinting as it sat beside Emil, a silent witness. Hans's jaw tightened. Karl's smirk faded, and the court gasped. The fox's presence a spark of wonder in the tense air. The falcon trilled, its song rising, and Hans broke, his voice a growl. Fine, we took it, bound him, left him. He got it first, but we deserved it more. Karl's head bowed, his cunning spent. The witch had us, trapped us. Emil freed us with a feather, but we couldn't let him win. The king's face darkened, his hand gripping the throne, his voice a blade. You betrayed your own blood. For what? A crown you didn't earn? He turned to Emil, his gaze softening, a flicker of pride breaking through the storm. And you, boy, what did you do? Emil stepped forward, the falcon steady on his shoulder, the staff in his hand a quiet testament. I listened, he said, his voice calm. A fox helped me, the silver one. It warned me of traps, gold, speed, strength. I chose the simple, not the grand, and freed the falcon from an iron cage. Not the gold one they took. It's the truth, father. The king knelt before the iron cage, his fingers brushing its rusted bars. The falcon's song swelling to a crescendo, a melody of light, golden and pure, that filled the hall with a radiance no lie could dim. The court held its breath, and the king stood, his voice a rumble. The seeress spoke of a pure heart, a sharp mind. You've proven it, Emil. The falcon chooses you. Hans's shoulders slumped, his pride shattered, and Karl's eyes darted, seeking escape. But the king's guards moved, their spears glinting as they flanked the brothers. "You've shamed me," the king said, his voice low. "Leave Orland. Wander as outcasts. No crown, no home. Go." Hans roared, his voice breaking, but the guards seized him, dragging him back, his armor clanking as he struggled. Karl followed, silent now, his cunning a shadow fleeing with him. The court watched, their whispers a tide, and the brothers vanished through the gates, their figures swallowed by the forest, their names a fading echo in Orland's tale. The king turned to Emil, his hand heavy on his shoulder, his voice softer now. "The throne's yours, lad. You've earned it. The falcon, the tree, the kingdom." Emil shook his head, the falcon's song a comfort, the fox's gaze steady at his side. "I don't want it, father," he said, his voice firm but gentle. "Hans and Karl chased glory. I just wanted the falcon free, the tree safe. Give me peace, a home with mother, a field to tend. That's enough." The court murmured, surprise rippling through them. But the king's eyes widened, then softened, a rare smile tugging his lips. "Peace?" he said, his voice thick. "A king's son who'd rather plow than rule. You're wiser than I thought, Emil." He clapped his hands, his decision swift. "So be it. The falcon stays. Its song guards the tree. You're its keeper, not its king. A house, a field, yours with my blessing." The falcon fluttered to the throne, its song a golden thread, and the king turned to the orchard window, the golden apple tree gleaming anew, its branches heavy with fruit once more, the thief's shadow banished by the bird's light. The court cheered, their voices a chorus, and Emil smiled, the fox nudging his leg, its voice a whisper only he heard. "Well done, boy. You've won more than they know." When days turned to weeks, the palace settling into a quiet joy. The falcons sung a daily gift that kept the tree golden, its apples safe under Emil's care. Hans and Karl faded it into legend, outcasts lost to the wild, their greed a cautionary tale whispered in taverns. Emil returned to his mother's cottage, a modest house at Orland's edge, its fields green and simple, its hearth warm with her embrace. "You're home," she said, her voice soft, her hands cupping his face, and Emil nodded. The falcon perched on the roof, the fox curled by the fire. He tended the fields, his hands steady in the soil, the staff a tool now, not a weapon, the golden key a keepsake by his bed. The falcon visited, its song a bond between them, and the fox stayed, its silver presence a friend through the seasons. The villagers came, bread from the baker, wool from the weaver, thanking him not as a prince, but as Emil, the boy who'd saved their gold without claiming it. One spring evening, as the sun sank golden over the hills, Emil stood beneath the golden apple tree, the falcon on his shoulder, the fox at his side, the palace a distant gleam. The tree's fruit shone, its branches swaying in the breeze, and he plucked an apple, its weight warm in his hand. "You're free," he said to the falcon, its trill a reply, and the fox's eyes glinted, its voice soft. And you, Emile, free to be you. The kingdom prospered, the king aging with a pride he'd never known, his youngest son, a quiet hero in the fields. The golden falcon's song echoed through Orland, a melody of truth that kept the shadows at bay, its light a testament to Emile's choice. Not gold, not power, but peace earned through wit and heart. The tale so spread, told by firesides, sung by children, whispered in the orchard's shade. Emile, who outsmarted the witch, outshone his brothers, and chose a life truer than any crown. Years passed, the cottage growing with Emile's own family, a wife with kind eyes, children with his hazel gaze, and the falcon stayed, its song a legacy, the fox guardian through time. The golden apple tree thrived, its fruit a gift for all, and Emile stood beneath it, old now, his hair silver like the fox's fur, his smile unchanged. The fairy tale ended there, in the orchard's glow, a lesson carved in Orlanda's heart. Wisdom and humility, not pride or greed, win the truest treasures, peace, love, a song that never fades. Story, dear Wassernicks. The village of Green Hollow, nestled in a lush valley, cradled by rolling hills and shadowed by the ancient oaks that lined its edges. It was a quiet place, its cottages huddled together like old friends, their thatched roofs green with moss, their chimneys puffing lazy curls of smoke into the summer sky. A river wound through the fields, its waters clear and gentle, but beyond the village, hidden in a copse of willows, lay the green pond, a deep, still pool that shimmered like an emerald under the sun. The villagers called it cursed, whispering tales of a nix, a water spirit, lurking beneath its surface, a creature of beauty and malice that snatched children who strayed too close. To most, it was a warning. To Finn, it was a mystery, begging to be unraveled. Finn was small for his age, but wiry, with a mop of sandy hair and eyes as bright and blue as the river on a clear day. He was the only child of Johann and Elsa, a farmer and his wife, who scratched a living from the valley's stubborn soil. Johann was a broad man, his hands calloused from years of toil, his voice deep and steady, like the earth he worked. Elsa was softer, her dark hair streaked with early gray, her fingers nimble from weaving baskets to sell at market. They loved Finn fiercely, but his curiosity, wild, unbridled, often tested their patience. "Stay away from the pond," Johann would say, his brow furrowing. "It's no place for boys." Elsa would nod, her voice a gentle warning. The nix takes those who don't listen. But Finn didn't listen. Not because he was disobedient, but because the world was too big, too full of secrets to ignore. He'd heard the tales, how the nix sang songs that pulled you under, how its hair was green as pondweed, its eyes like polished gems, but they only fueled his wonder. He'd sneak to the river to catch minnows, climb the oaks to spy on birds, and dream of the pond, its depths a riddle he itched to solve. The village children stayed clear, their parents' warnings sinking deep. But Finn was different. Brave or foolish, no one could say. It was a hot summer day, the air thick with the hum of cicadas and the scent of sun-warmed grass. When Finn's chance came, Johann and Elsa had left at dawn for the fields, their sickles glinting as they trudged to harvest the last of the barley. "Stay home," Johann had called over his shoulder, his voice firm. Tend the chickens, Finn. Elsa had kissed his forehead, her eyes soft. Be good, my little fish. They'd be gone till dusk, and Finn, left alone with the clucking hens and a broom, felt the pull of the pond like a hook in his chest. He waited until their fingers shrank into the distance, then grabbed a stick from the woodpile, a makeshift fishing rod, and slipped out, his bare feet silent on the dirt path. The village was quiet, the heat keeping folks indoors, and Finn darted through the willows, their drooping branches brushing his shoulders like whispers. The green pond lay ahead, its surface smooth as glass, its edges fringed with reeds that swayed in the faint breeze. Up close, it was deeper than he'd imagined, its water dark at the center, a green so rich it seemed to swallow the light. He knelt by the shore, the mud cool against his knees, and peered in, his reflection rippling back. A boy with a stick, a grin, a spark of mischief. No Nix here, he muttered, picking up a pebble and tossing it in. The stone sank with a plop, rings spreading wide, and Finn laughed, the sound echoing over the water. He threw another, then a third, each splash a dare, a taunt to the tails, he half believed. Come out, Nix, he called, his voice bold. I'm not scared. The pond stilled, the ripples fading, and a chill crept up Finn's spine, not from the breeze, but from something older, something watching. He leaned closer, his stick hovering over the water, and then he heard it, a sound, soft at first, like wind through the reeds, but growing into a melody, sweet and strange. It wove through the air, curling around him, a song without words that tugged at his heart, his mind, his feet. His eyes widened, the stick slipping from his hand, and from the depths, a shadow rose, a figure, lithe and green, its hair flowing like tattered weeds, its eyes glinting like emeralds in the sun. The Nix emerged, its skin shimmering with scales, its fingers webbed and long, its smile sharp as a fishhook. Little boy, it sang, its voice a lullaby laced with menace. Come play with me. The water's warm, the depths are sweet. Finn's breath caught, his body swaying as the song sank into him, pulling like a current. He stepped forward, the mud sucking at his toes, and the Nix reached out, its hand breaking the surface, water dripping like pearls. I just wanted to see, Finn stammered, his voice faint, but his feet moved, drawn by the melody. The Nix's eyes flared, its song swelling, and Finn slipped, his balance gone, tumbling into the pond with a splash. The water closed over him, cold and dark, swallowing his cry as the Nix's arms wrapped around him, swift and sure. He kicked, his lungs burning, but the song dulled his fight, and the last thing he saw was the Nix's smile, sharp and triumphant, as it pulled him down, down into the green abyss. Above, the pond stilled, its surface smooth again, Finn's stick floating alone among the reeds. His shoes lay abandoned by the shore, small and muddy, a silent witness to his fall. The sun climbed higher, the cicadas droned on, and the village slumbered, unaware of the boy lost to the depths. Hours passed, the sky turning gold with dusk, when Johann and Elsa returned, their arms weary from the harvest, their faces flushed with heat. The cottage was quiet, the chickens untended, the broom untouched, and Elsa's smile faded as she called, Finn? Finn, where are you? Johann stepped inside, his brow furrowing, and saw the empty woodpile, the missing stick. The pond, he said, his voice low, dread curling in his gut. They ran, their sickles clattering to the ground, their shouts echoing through green hollow. The willows parted, the pond gleaming in the fading light, and Elsa's scream shattered the stillness as she spotted Finn's shoes, small and lonely by the water's edge. Johann dropped to his knees, his hands clawing the mud, his voice a roar. Finn! Finn! The water gave no answer, its surface a mirror hiding the dark below, and Elsa sank beside him, her tears falling into the reeds. The village stirred, lanterns flickering as folk gathered, old men with grim faces, women clutching shawls, children peeking from behind skirts. The nix, the miller muttered, his voice heavy. It's taken him, like the tales say. The baker nodded, crossing his arms. Under the pond, trapped, poor lad. Johann stood, his fists clenched, his eyes burning with a father's fire. I'll get him back, he vowed, his voice cutting through the murmurs. He's my boy. Elsa gripped his arm, her face pale but fierce. We'll get him back, she said, her voice trembling but sure. Together. The crowd parted, their whispers a tide of pity and fear, and the couple stood by the pond, Finn's shoes in the Elsa's hands, their resolve a spark against the dark. The nix had claimed their son, but the tale was far from over. Beneath the water, Finn waited, and above, a family's love burned, ready to dive into the depths. The twilight deepened over Green Hollow, the sky a bruised purple streaked with fading gold, casting long shadows across the green pond's still surface. The village stood hushed, the cicadas hum a mournful drone, as Johann and Elsa knelt by the water's edge, Finn's small, muddy shoes clutched in Elsa's trembling hands. The reeds swayed faintly, Finn's stick bobbing among them like a lost promise, and the pond gleamed, its emerald depths mocking their loss. The villagers lingered at a distance, their lanterns flickering like fireflies, their whispers a low tide of sorrow and fear. The nix has him now. Poor Finn. Poor family. Johann's broad shoulders shook, his fists buried in the mud, while Elsa's tears fell silently, staining the shoes she held, as if they could summon her boy back. Johann rose first, his face a mask of grief and fury, his voice a growl that cut through the dusk. I'll dive in, he said, stripping off his sweat-stained tunic. I'll drag that thing up and tear my boy free. His hands, rough from years of plowing fields, clenched as if already gripping the nix's throat. But the miller stepped forward, his gray hair glinting in the lantern light, his voice heavy with warning. You can't, Johann, he said, laying a hand on his arm. The pond's deeper than it looks. Bottomless, some say. The nix keeps its prey in a cage of water, down where no man can swim. You'd drown before you reached him. Elsa looked up, her dark eyes red-rimmed but sharp. Then how? She demanded, her voice breaking. He's our son, our only son. There must be a way. The baker's wife, a stout woman with a shawl pulled tight, spoke up, her tone hushed. The old tales, They say the Nyx traps souls to live forever. Children's spirits, pure and bright, keep it strong. Finn's alive down there, but not for long. Not if it takes his light. Johann turned to her, his jaw tight. Alive? Then I'll find him. Tell me how. The villagers shifted, uneasy, their eyes darting to the pond. The miller sighed, his voice low. No one's ever come back, Johann. Not in my time, nor my father's. The Nyx magic, it's old, older than this valley, stronger than us. Elsa stood, Finn's shoes pressed to her chest, her voice rising with a mother's fire. Stronger than us. I'll claw through stone if I have to. He's my boy, my little fish. We won't leave him. She turned to Johann, her gaze locking with his, and he nodded, the resolve between them, a steel thread in the unraveling night. The crowd parted, their lanterns dimming as they retreated to their cottages, leaving the couple alone by the pond. Johann sank beside Elsa, his hand on hers, and they stared into the water, its surface a mirror hiding their sun. We'll find a way, he whispered, his voice raw. I swear it. Elsa nodded, her tears slowing, her mind racing for a path through the dark. The night stretched on, the stars cold and distant, and Elsa's thoughts turned to the one person in Green Hollow who might know more. Old Mara, the blind woman who lived at the village's edge, her hut a tangle of vines and secrets. The villagers called her mad, a relic of older days, but Elsa remembered her songs, her riddles, the way she'd once hushed Finn's cries with a touch when he was a babe. If anyone held the key to the Nyx, it was her. Mara, Elsa said, her voice firm. She'll know. Johann frowned, his brow creasing. The old crone? She's half mad. Talks to the wind. She sees without eyes, Elsa replied, standing. She's our chance. She pulled him up, Finn's shoes still in her grip, and they set off, their steps heavy but purposeful, the pond's gleam fading behind them. Mara's hut crouched at the valley's rim, its walls warped with age, its roof a patchwork of moss and thatch. Vines curled over the door, their leaves whispering in the breeze, and a faint hum, like water over stones, seeped from within. Elsa knocked, her knuckles sharp against the wood, and the door creaked open, revealing darkness pierced by a single candle's glow. Mara sat by a rough table, her hair a wild mane of white, her eyes milky and blind, her hands folded over a staff carved with runes. She tilted her head, her voice a rasp like dry leaves. I heard you coming, Elsa. Johann, too. Grief walks loud. Elsa stepped inside, Johann at her heels, the air thick with the scent of herbs and earth. Finn's gone, she said, her voice trembling but clear. The Nyx took him, at the pond. We need him back. Mara's lips curled, a smile or a grimace, and she tapped her staff against the floor. The green pond's Nyx, she murmured. Old as the water, cruel as the deep. I knew it'd take again. Always does, when the summers burn too bright. She leaned forward, her blind eyes seeming to pierce them. He's alive, your boy. Trapped in its lair of reeds, a cage of water and song. The Nyx feeds on his light, his soul, to keep its own. Johann's fist clenched, his voice a growl. Then I'll break it. Tell me how. Mara chuckled, a dry, hollow sound. Break it. With what? Your hands? Your heart? The Nix's lair is guarded, farmer, by more than water. 3 trials bar the way. Tangles of poison, fangs of the deep, riddles of shadow, and at its heart lies the Nix's power, the heart of the pond, a gem green as the depths. Take it, and the cage falls. Fail, and you join your boy forever. Elsa's breath caught, her hands tightening on Finn's shoes. Trials? We'll face them. Tell us what to do. The old woman rose, her staff clicking as she shuffled to a shelf, her fingers tracing a row of jars until she pulled one free. Small, clay, sealed with wax. She pressed it into Elsa's hands, its weight cold and smooth. A charm, she said. Break it under the water, and you'll breathe like fish. For a time, long enough maybe to reach him. But the heart, that's yours to find. The Nix won't give it easy. Johann took the jar, his grip firm, his voice steady. And the trials? What are they? Mara's head tilted, her voice dropping to a whisper. First, the weeds of venom, tangles that sting, cut, kill. Second, the serpent of the deep, long as a barn, teeth like knives. Third, the riddle of dusk, words that twist, shadows that lie. Answer true, or you're lost. She paused, her blind eyes glinting. And the Nix, it'll fight. It's fought before, and won. Elsa's jaw tightened, her voice fierce. Not this time. He's our son. Mara nodded, a flicker of respect in her withered face. Then go, before his light fades. The pond waits, and the Nix sings. Take your charm, your strength, your love. It's all you've got. They left the hut, the jar in Johann's hand, Finn's shoes in Elsa's, the night closing around them like a shroud. The village slept, its lanterns dim, and they returned to the cottage, the silence heavy with their loss. Johann lit a fire, his hands steady despite the tremble in his chest, and Elsa sat by the hearth, tracing the shoes with her fingers. We'll need more, she said, her voice low. The charm's not enough. Johann nodded, pulling a coil of rope from the shed, his mind turning to the tools of his trade. I'll make a net, he said, fetching iron scraps from his workbench. Something to hold that thing, trap it if I have to. He worked through the night, hammering and twisting, the firelight glinting off a lattice of metal, strong, crude, a farmer's weapon against the deep. Elsa watched, her hands restless, and then rose, pacing to the window. She hummed, a lullaby she'd sung to Finn as a babe, its notes soft and steady, and felt the charm's weight, Mara's words sinking in. 3 trials, she whispered, her voice a prayer. We'll face them. For him. Dawn broke, pale and thin, the green pond shimmering in the distance like a jewel of doom. Johann finished his net, its edges jagged but sure, and slung it over his shoulder, the jar tucked at his belt. Elsa joined him, her shawl tight, Finn's shoes left by the hearth, a promise of return. They walked to the pond, the village stirring behind them, their steps a rhythm of resolve. The water lay still, its surface a lie hiding their sun, and Johann turned to Elsa, his hand on hers. Together, he said, his voice a vow. Together, she echoed, her eyes fierce with a mother's love. They stepped to the edge, the reeds brushing their legs, and took a breath, the charm cold in Johann's grip. The Nix waited below, its song a faint hum in the deep. But Johann and Elsa were ready, parents armed with iron, magic, and a bond stronger than water. The tale turned, the pond's mystery deepening, and Finn's fate hung in the balance, a light flickering in the dark. The green pond gleamed under the pale dawn, its surface a deceptive calm that belied the darkness beneath. Johann and Elsa stood at its edge, the reeds brushing their boots, the village of Green Hollow, a silent silhouette behind them. Johann's broad frame was taut with resolve, the iron net slung over his shoulder, its jagged edges glinting in the faint light. In his hand, he gripped the clay jar from old Mara, its wax seal cold against his calloused fingers, a charm to let them breathe beneath the water, a fragile hope against the Nix's domain. Elsa stood beside him, her shawl pulled tight, her dark hair loose and wild, her eyes fixed on the pond where Finn had vanished. The air hummed with the weight of their purpose, the cicadas' song, a distant echo as they faced the unknown. Johann broke the silence, his voice low but steady. Ready? Elsa nodded, her jaw tight, her hands empty, but her heart full. For Finn, she said, her breath fogging in the morning chill. They clasped hands, a moment of strength shared, and Johann raised the jar, smashing it against a rock by the shore. The clay shattered, releasing a shimmer of silver dust that swirled around them, clinging to their skin, sinking into their lungs. A tingling spread through their chests, sharp and strange, and they gasped, the air shifting as Mara's magic took hold, lungs that could breathe water, if only for a time. Now, Johann said, and they stepped forward, the pond's edge lapping at their boots, then their knees, then their waists. The water was cold, a shock that bit through their clothes, and they plunged in, heads sinking beneath the surface, the world above fading to a green blur. Bubbles streamed from their mouths, but their chests rose and fell, the charm working its spell, and they kicked downward, the light dimming as the pond's depths swallowed them whole. The water was a realm of shadows, its emerald hue deepening to a murky green, threads of sunlight piercing the surface like piers before fading into gloom. Fish darted past, small, silver, their eyes wide, but others loomed, larger, with scales that glinted like knives and teeth that snapped at the intruders. Johann gripped Elsa's hand tighter, his net swaying in the current, and they swam deeper, the pressure building in their ears, the chill seeping into their bones. The pond was vast, its bottom a mystery, but Mara's words guided them. The lair of reeds, a cage of water and song. The first trial came without warning, a forest of weeds rising from the murky floor, their tendrils long and black, tipped with barbs that glistened with a sickly sheen. The weeds of venom, Mara had called them, and they swayed like a living trap, their tips curling toward Johann and Elsa as if scenting prey. Elsa's breath hitched, bubbles escaping in a frantic stream, and Johann pulled the net free, its iron edges flashing. Stay back, he grunted, swinging the lattice through the water, the metal slicing through the weeds with a dull thud. The tendrils recoiled, severed ends drifting upward, but others lunged, their barbs grazing Johann's arm, leaving a thin line of red that clouded the water. He hissed, pain flaring but kept swinging, the net a clumsy but effective blade. Elsa darted behind him, her hands clawing at the weeds that slipped past, her fingers stinging as the venom brushed her skin. "Keep going," she shouted, her voice muffled but fierce. And Johann pushed forward, the net carving a path through the tangle, the weeds falling like felled trees, until the last tendril sank, its poison spent. They swam free, Johann's arm throbbing, Elsa's hands trembling, but the way cleared, revealing a cavern mouth in the pond's floor, a jagged gash of stone, its edges slick with algae, its depths black as night. "The lair," Elsa whispered, her voice a ripple in the water, and Johann nodded, his net clutched tight as they descended, the light fading to a faint glow above. The cavern swallowed them, its walls narrowing, the water colder still. And the second trial loomed, a shadow uncoiling from the dark, long and sinuous, its scales glinting like obsidian. The serpent of the deep rose, its body thick as a barrel, its eyes yellow slits, its jaws gaping with teeth like daggers. It hissed, a sound that vibrated through the water and lunged, its tail whipping toward Johann with a force that churned the current. Johann swung the net, catching the serpent's tail, the iron biting into its scales, but the beast thrashed, pulling him forward, his arm straining against its strength. Elsa kicked upward, her voice sharp. "Hold it!" She closed her eyes, recalling Mara's charm, and whispered a phrase the old woman had taught her, a lullaby twisted into a spell. "Sleep, deep, still." The words shimmered, a faint glow spreading from her lips, and the serpent slowed, its eyes flickering, its thrashing easing to a sluggish sway. Johann seized the chance, wrapping the net tighter, pinning the beast to the cavern floor, its coils slackening under the spell's weight. "Now!" he shouted, and Elsa swam past, her hands brushing the serpent's flank as it sank, its jaws snapping weakly before falling still. They pressed on, the cavern widening, the water growing warmer, a faint hum rising from the deep, the nix's song, luring, taunting. The lair opened before them, a vast chamber of stone and shadow, its walls draped with reeds that pulsed with an eerie green light. At its heart hung a cage, a sphere of water denser than the rest, its surface rippling like glass, and within it, Finn. He floated, his sandy hair drifting, his blue eyes dull and distant, his small hands pressed against the invisible bars. The Nix song held him, a melody woven into the water, and Johann's breath caught, a sob breaking free in bubbles. "Finn!" he roared, kicking forward. But Elsa grabbed his arm, her voice urgent. "Look," she said, pointing. And there it was, the Nix, perched on a ledge above the cage, its form sleek and green, its hair a casket of weed, its emerald eyes glinting with malice. It smiled, sharp and cruel, and its voice cut through the hum, a laugh like breaking ice. "Foolish parents," it sang, its webbed hands gesturing to the cage. "Your boy's mine. His light feeds me. You'll not take him." Johann raised the net, his voice a growl. "We'll tear you apart first." The Nix's laugh deepened, its tail flicking as it swam down, circling them. "Try then. 3 trials Old Mara told you, yes? You've passed two, venom and fangs, but the third's mine. Answer or drown. It stopped, its eyes narrowing, and spoke a riddle, its voice a hiss. What is both light and dark, seen yet unseen, held yet never grasped? Elsa's mind raced, the song pressing against her, Finn's dull gaze a weight on her heart. Johann swung the net, aiming for the Nix, but it darted aside, its laughter mocking. Answer or he fades, it sang, and Finn's hands slipped, his body sinking in the cage, the light in his eyes dimming further. Light and dark, Elsa whispered, her hands trembling, the charm's magic ticking away in her chest. Seen yet unseen, she thought of Finn, his laugh, his curiosity, the shadow of his absence, and Johann's grip on her hand, his strength, her fear. The Nix circled closer, its tail brushing her leg, and she faltered, the riddle twisting in her mind. Time? She guessed, her voice weak. The Nix's eyes flared, its laugh a shriek. Wrong! Try again or he's lost. Johann pulled her close, his voice rough. Think, Elsa. What's it mean? The cavern pressed in, the water heavy, Finn's form blurring, and they stood on the edge of the third trial, their sun slipping away, the Nix's song, a noose tightening around their hope. The cavern pulsed with the Nix's song, a haunting melody that wove through the water like threads of shadow, tightening around Johann and Elsa as they faced the third trial. The lair of reeds glowed faintly, its walls of stone and weed shimmering with an eerie green light, and at its heart, Finn floated in his quoch of water, his small form sinking, his sandy hair drifting like a halo, his blue eyes fading under the Nix's spell. The Nix circled above, its sleek green body cutting through the currents, its emerald eyes glinting with triumph, its webbed hands raised as it taunted them with the riddle. What is both light and dark, seen yet unseen, held yet never grasped? Elsa's wrong guess, time, had drawn a shriek of laughter from the creature, its tail flicking as it swam closer, its voice a hiss of glee. Try again, or he's lost forever. Johann gripped the iron net, his broad shoulders tense, his breath a stream of bubbles as the charm's magic ticked away in his chest. We're running out, he growled, his eyes locked on Finn, the boy's hands slipping from the cage's invisible bars. He swung the net, aiming for the Nix, but it darted aside, its laughter echoing through the water, sharp and cruel. Answer, mortals. Your charm fades. Your boy fades. Elsa's hands trembled, her mind racing, the Nix's song pressing against her like a weight, dulling her thoughts. She stared at Finn, his small, brave face, the light she'd nurtured since his first cry, and felt Johann's grip on her arm, his strength a tether in the dark. Light and dark, she whispered, her voice muffled but urgent. Seen yet unseen. The riddle twisted, a knot she couldn't unravel, and Finn's body sank lower, his chest barely rising, the Nix's spell draining his life. Elsa, think! Johann shouted, his voice a roar in the water, and he lunged again, the net slashing through the currents, catching only reeds as the Nix spun away. We've got to get him, riddle or not. But Elsa held him back, her eyes flashing with sudden clarity, the song's pull snapping like a thread. Wait, she said, her voice rising. It's us! It's love! She turned to Johann, her hand finding his, their fingers locking tight. Love's light, hope, joy, but it's dark too. Fear, loss, we see it in Finn, feel it, but can't hold it. It's bigger than us. Johann's eyes widened, his grip tightening, and the Nix paused, its laughter faltering, its emerald gaze narrowing. Love, it hissed, its tail lashing. A weak guess. Prove it. Elsa didn't hesitate. She pulled Johann close, her voice steady despite the tremble in her chest, and began to sing. Not the Nix's song, but a lullaby, soft and familiar, the one she'd sung to Finn on countless nights. Sleep, my little fish, in the river's arms, safe from storm and harm. Johann joined her, his deep voice rough but sure, their harmony cutting through the Nix's melody, a thread of warmth in the cold deep. The water shimmered, the song rippling outward, and Finn stirred, his dull eyes flickering, his small hands twitching against the cage. The Nix shrieked, its voice a jagged edge. No, you can't break my hold. It dove, its tail whipping toward them, a wave of force that churned the water into a vortex. Johann swung the net, catching the Nix's tail, the iron biting into its scales, and yanked, pulling it down as Elsa swam toward the cage, her lullaby unbroken. Finn's eyes cleared, a spark returning, and he pressed against the water's wall, his voice faint but piercing. Mama, Papa, Finn, Elsa cried, reaching the cage, her hands clawing at its surface. Smooth, unyielding, a prison of liquid, stronger than stone. She pounded it, her lullaby faltering, and Johann wrestled the Nix, the net tangling its thrashing form. Hold on, boy, he shouted, his muscles straining as the Nix claws raked his arm, blood clouding the water. The Nix broke free, its tail slashing Johann's chest, sending him spinning back, the net slipping from his grasp. It turned on Elsa, its eyes blazing, and lunged, its webbed hands outstretched. He's mine, it roared, its song surging, a wave of sound that slammed into her, pushing her from the cage. Finn's spark dimmed, his body sinking again, and Elsa screamed, her voice raw. No! Johann surged forward, his chest bleeding, and tackled the Nix, his arms wrapping its torso, pinning its arms. Now, Elsa, he bellowed, holding tight as it thrashed, its tail whipping wildly. Elsa kicked back to the cage, her hands searching, finding a jagged stone on the cavern floor, a shard of rock, sharp and cold. She gripped it, her lullaby rising once more, and struck the cage, the stone cracking against the water's surface. A ripple spread, the cage trembling, and Finn's eyes flared, his voice stronger. Mama, keep singing. She did, her voice a beacon. Sleep, my little fish. And Johann tightened his hold, the Nix's song faltering under their harmony. The cage shattered, water bursting outward, and Finn tumbled free, his small body limp but alive. Elsa caught him, pulling him close, her tears lost in the currents, and Johann flung the net again, the iron lattice wrapping the Nix's legs, dragging it down to the cavern floor. Finn! Johann roared, swimming to them, his hands cupping his son's face, the boy's eyes fluttering open, blue and bright. But the Nix writhed, its claws slashing the net, its voice a snarl. You'll not leave. The heart of the pond is mine. You'll drown without it. Elsa's gaze snapped to the Nix, her arms tight around Finn, and she saw it, a glint on its chest, beneath a scale that shimmered brighter than the rest, a gem, green as the pond, pulsing with light, the heart of the pond, Mara's key to their escape. There, she shouted, pointing, and Johann lunged, his hand tearing at the scale, ripping it free. The Nix screamed, a sound that shook the cavern, and the gem pulsed in his grip, its light flaring as the Nix's form shrank, its strength ebbing. The cavern trembled, stones cracking from the walls, the water churning as the lair began to collapse. Go, Johann yelled, shoving the gem into Elsa's hand, and she kicked upward. Finn clutched tight, Johann at her side. The Nix's scream faded, its body sinking into the reeds, its song silenced as the cavern closed around it, a tomb of stone and shadow. They swam, the charm's magic fading, their lungs burning as the surface gleamed above, a distant promise growing closer. Finn clung to Elsa, his small voice a whisper. You came. Johann's net trailed behind, its iron bent but unbroken, and the heart of the pond glowed, guiding them through the dark. The water lightened, the pressure eased, and with a final push, they broke free, gasping as they surfaced, the dawn air sharp and sweet in their chests. They stumbled to the shore, collapsing among the reeds, Finn between them, his breath ragged but alive. Elsa held him, her lullaby a sob, and Johann wrapped his arms around them both, blood and water dripping from his wounds. The heart pulsed once more, its light spilling across the pond, and then shattered, a burst of green that sank into the water, cleansing its curse. The green pond stilled, its depths clear, no shadow lurking below. Finn coughed, his voice small but strong. I heard you, singing. Elsa kissed his forehead, her tears falling, and Johann ruffled his hair, his voice thick. We'd never leave you, boy. The village stirred, lanterns flickering as folk ran to the shore, their gasps a chorus of relief. They're back, the miller shouted, and the baker's wife wept, her shawl fluttering. Johann and Elsa stood, Finn in their arms, their family whole, the Nix's hold, broken by a love that answered the riddle, light and dark, seen yet unseen, held yet ungraspable. The tale turned, the dawn bright, and Finn's light shone again, a spark reclaimed from the deep. The dawn broke golden over Green Hollow, its light spilling across the green pond, turning its once ominous surface into a mirror of shimmering amber. Johann and Elsa knelt by the shore, their clothes sodden and torn, their arms wrapped tight around Finn, who shivered between them, his sandy hair plastered to his forehead, his blue eyes blinking against the sun. The reeds rustled softly, the air warm with the promise of summer's end, and the village stirred behind them, lanterns bobbing as folk rushed to the water's edge, their gasps and cries a chorus of disbelief and joy. The Nix was gone, Its lair crumbled beneath the pond. And Finn, small, brave Finn, was back, his light reclaimed from the deep. Elsa held him close, her lullaby a whisper against his ear, her tears mingling with the water dripping from his face. "My little fish," she murmured, her voice trembling with relief, her hand smoothing his hair as if to prove he was real. Johann's broad hand rested on Finn's shoulder, his chest heaving, blood seeping from the Nix's claw marks. But his eyes, dark and steady, shone with a father's pride. "You're safe, boy," he said, his voice rough but warm. "We've got you." Finn coughed, his small frame shaking, but he managed a smile, faint and weary. "I heard you, singing," he whispered, his hand clutching Elsa's shawl. "It woke me up." He looked at Johann, his eyes wide. "You fought it, Papa? I saw." Johann ruffled his hair, a chuckle breaking through his exhaustion. "Had to, didn't I? Couldn't let that thing keep my boy." The villagers gathered, their shadows long in the morning light, their voices rising in a tide of awe. The miller dropped his lantern, his gray hair wild as he stared. "They did it! Brought him back!" The baker's wife clasped her hands, tears streaming down her stout face. "A miracle! The Nix is gone." Children peeked from behind skirts, their eyes wide, and the old men nodded, their whispers turning to tales. Johann and Elsa, stronger than the deep. The headman pushed through, his weathered face stern, but softened by wonder. "You've beaten it," he said, his voice gruff. "The pond, it's different, clearer. What happened down there?" Johann stood, Finn in his arms, the iron net dangling from his shoulder, bent but unbroken. "We faced it," he said, his tone steady. "The Nix, 3 trials, like Mara said. Weeds, a serpent, a riddle. We took its heart, the gem, and it's gone now." Elsa rose beside him, her shawl dripping, the memory of the heart of the ponds light in her eyes. "It shattered," she added, her voice soft but firm. "When we broke the surface, it turned to light, cleansed the water. Finn's free, and the curse is broken." The headman nodded, his gaze sweeping the pond, its depths now visible. Green, yes, but bright, no shadow lurking below. "You've saved more than your boy," he said, clapping Johann's shoulder. "The village owes you. Name your reward. Land, gold, anything." Johann shook his head, his arm tightening around Finn. "No reward," he said, his voice low. "Just our son. That's enough." Elsa smiled, faint but real, her hand on Finn's cheek. "And peace," she said. "That's all we want." The crowd murmured, their offers tumbling forth. Bread from the baker, a blanket from the weaver, carved toy from the carpenter. But Johann and Elsa waved them off, their steps turning toward home. The villagers parted, their cheers a quiet hum, and the family walked through Green Hollow, Finn's small hand in theirs, the cottage a beacon at the path's end. The pond lay still behind them, its surface a promise of safety, its curse a memory fading in the light. Inside, the cottage was warm, the hearth cold, but soon crackling as Johann lit a fire, his wounds bandaged with Elsa's care. Finn sat by the flames, wrapped in a blanket, his shoes left by the pond, Drying by the door, Elsa brewed tea, her hands steady despite the tremble in her chest, and Johann knelt beside Finn, his voice soft. You scared us, boy. What were you thinking? Finn looked down, his fingers tracing the blanket's edge. I wanted to see it. The Nix. I didn't believe. I'm sorry. His voice broke, tears welling, and Elsa sat beside him, pulling him close. It's over, she said, her lullaby humming in her throat. You're here. That's what matters. Johann nodded, his hand on Finn's shoulder. But listen next time, eh? No more ponds without us. Finn smiled. Small but true. I will. I promise. Days turned to weeks, the summer fading into a gentle autumn, and Green Hollow healed. The green pond became a place of play, children splashing at its edges, their laughter a song brighter than the Nix's ever was. Finn grew stronger, his curiosity tempered by a new caution, his nights filled with Elsa's lullabies and Johann's tales of the harvest. The village spoke of them. Johann the strong, Elsa the wise, Finn the brave, a family who'd defied the deep, their names a whisper in the valley's lore. One crisp evening, as the leaves turned gold and the air carried the scent of apples, Finn stood by the pond with Johann and Elsa, the water clear and still under a sky streaked with dusk. He held a pebble, his fingers hesitant, and looked up at them. Can I? He asked, his voice small. Johann chuckled, ruffling his hair. Go on, lad. It's just a pond now. Finn tossed the stone, watching it sink with a plop, ripples spreading wide, and smiled as no song answered. No shadow rose. Elsa took his hand, her shawl warm around her shoulders, and Johann stood beside them, his net retired to the shed, his wounds scars of pride. It's safe, Elsa said, her voice a sigh. We made it so. Finn nodded, his eyes bright. Because you came for me. Always will, Johann said, his voice a vow, and they turned back to the cottage. The pond a friend now, its depths a mirror of their bond. Years passed, the tale growing with the telling, how Johann's net trapped the Nix, how Elsa's song broke its spell, how Finn's light shone through the dark. The village prospered, its children fearless by the water, its fields rich with the peace they'd won. Finn grew tall, his sandy hair darkening, his curiosity turning to stories he'd tell his own children one day, the pebble a keepsake by his hearth. Johann and Elsa aged, their hands clasped in the quiet evenings, their cottage a haven of love that had conquered the deep. Old Mara, the blind seer, smiled when she heard, her staff tapping the earth as she hummed a tune of her own. Love, she'd mutter, her voice a rasp. Light and dark, stronger than any Nix. She faded into the valley's memory, her hut reclaimed by vines. But her prophecy lived in the family's triumph. One twilight, as the stars broke through a sky of deepening blue, Finn, now a young man, stood by the pond with his parents, a wife at his side, a child in his arms. The water reflected the heavens, its surface a canvas of peace, and he tossed a pebble, watching the ripples spread, a smile on his lips. You saved me, he said, his voice steady, and Johann clapped his shoulder, Elsa's hand finding his. We saved each other, she said, her lullaby a whisper on the breeze. The green pond lay still, its curse a tale for firesides, its depths a testament to a family's love. Light in the dark, seen yet unseen, held yet never grasped. The fairy tale ended there, by the water's edge, their laughter a thread in the wind, their bond a light that banished shadows. The lesson lingered, whispered in Green Hollow's lore, courage and love, stronger than any curse, can pull life from the deepest deep.